Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition here of the KungFu Cup of the KFC KungFu Cup number 10 StarCraft Evolution Edition. I'm Coach SI VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, welcome, one and all, to something a little bit different. Just to reiterate, as I feel like I have to every single time, whenever we host an event like this is not StarCraft 2, or it is in a sense, but it is StarCraft Evolution. This is a blending, a melding of the two of Brood War and SE2 as they face off against each other in our 1v1 tournament format. Let's go. It's KFC time. It's KFC time as we have our initial series here, TVZ, Terran versus Zerg. Before I get ahead of myself, let us catch up on the rest of the bracket. Again, we have our round of 8 here, round of 8 wrapping up. Again, we don't have, this is a replay cast as well. We don't have replays of all the matches, but we have replays of one of the quarterfinal matches and the semis, and of course the grand finals as well. From the top, we have ByuN versus KungFu, aka TOP. ByuN did take that series 2-0. We have our series YoungYakov versus Spirit about to commence, about to jump into that Zerg versus Terran. We have MaxPax and MilkyCow. That is the most interesting to me, because MaxPax, he does not play in StarCraft Evolution tournaments typically. Like, he's not really one that does step in. He has played in Warcraft 3 Evolution. In Warcraft 3 Evolution, MaxPax, he's played a good amount of times, but when it comes to StarCraft Evolution, MaxPax, this is his first foray, I believe, in this tournament format. Takes out MilkyCow 2-1. That's a big win. MilkyCow, he's actually looking quite strong here in this tournament format. He's looking quite strong, quite powerful in StarCraft Evolution, and Dark took down Geralt 2-0. So, oh boy, well, so I'm excited to see what MaxPax has to offer and how well versed he is in StarCraft Evolution. We'll see, we'll see. As MaxPax versus Dark will be taking place later on in the evening. For now, though, we're jumping into YoungYakov versus Spirit. Oh boy, here we go, as we are jumping into game number 1, gonna be on Monty Hall. There's a lot to get into. Spirit, he's been a little bit MIA. Spirit, he has been focusing a lot more in StarCraft 2 as of late, which makes sense, especially coming into EWC. But because of that, we have been seeing less and less of him in these other tournaments in StarCraft Evolution. So great to see him here, great to see him back, and we are jumping into game number 1. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, bottom right-hand corner of Monty Hall, we have our blue Zerg player. We have a blue Zerg himself. It is YoungYakov. He's just Yakov now. Smooch. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Polish Terran player. We have the red Terran representing ROC Esports. It is Spirit. Cool. Here we go as we jump into our first game of the broadcast. First series as well. Stepping into this, of course, we have our TVZ, and welcome one and all to Monty Hall. Monty Hall is a pseudo island map. We do have gold and regular minerals just blocking you in. They're going to be locking you in from either side here, so you have to mine through these minerals to gain access to either lane. So that is why this is a pseudo island map. We do see YoungYakov expanding here through the center of the map, and so does Spirit. Okay, so they both do mine through the center. I was giving reference to Spirit earlier, how he's a really strong player, but he hasn't really been active in StarCraft Evolution as of late. Again, I would say that Spirit is maybe top 2 Terran in StarCraft Evolution, second only to ByuN. Spirit has been very strong, very potent, but as I mentioned before, I haven't seen too much of him in StarCraft Evolution over the past couple of months. I know we have just not seen him too often, so it's great to see him here, great to see him back, and we'll see how he compares. CC first out of Spirit, going for a more delayed Rex. Again, it's going to be StarCraft 2 Terran versus the Brood War Zerg player. A hatch gas pool. YoungYakov, you will open up the southern lane and expand here towards the south side as well. Okay, so we do have our initial openers here. Yakov expanding in the center lane and towards the left-hand side. When it comes to the lanes, they are kind of blocked into each other. So when you go through the center lane, you cannot actually rotate towards the northern or southern lane without going back home. It's almost like a kind of like a MOBA kind of map-ish setup, where you can't, where actually it's like blocked off. Each lane is completely blocked off from each other. Of course, there are no air blockers, so you can go for drop play or war prisms or dropper lords, so you can hop on over from one lane to the other, use air units. I believe there are some cliff faces here where Colossus can walk over as well, but outside of that, you're locked in, which can make things awkward when it comes to rotating and responding to your opponent's aggression as well. For now, though, we're taking gases and we're staying in gas. I mean, it makes sense, especially in this matchup. We do need excess gas here for what? For a faster lair to go into mutas, or for a faster Hydra to go into Ling Hydra. I was speaking a bit about Spirit, about how he is one of the strongest Terran players in StarCraft Illusion currently, but he has been a little bit less active. YoungYakov has been rising through the ranks. I mentioned this earlier. I mentioned this in broadcast past, but for a long time, you know, the hierarchy of Zerg players were very Korean dominant in StarCraft Evolution, but in recent months, when I say recent months, I mean the past 4-ish months of the year, we have seen the CIS players embrace StarCraft Evolution quite a lot, and players like Wayne and YoungYakov have been devoting a lot more time. They've been devoting a lot more time into StarCraft Evolution. They've been enjoying it, and they've been improving quite a lot, quite a bit, to the point where now they're comparable to players like 3Point. Like 3Point was one of the more dominant forces in StarCraft Evolution. Not anymore. Now there's less of a gap between 3Point and the other Zerg players. For now, though, we're link flooding. We're link flooding. There's a Hydra. Again, Hydra tech is hatch tech here in StarCraft Evolution, so links are going to be fanning out. So they will check the third base or check the natural. There's only one Marine. Spirit has been a little bit greedy here, bearing in mind it was CC first, so delayed factory. Hellions are on the way, but so far 1, 2 SCVs and a Mule. And a Marine as well, but the Hellion will arrive. The Hellion will defend. Oh, I say that. Links, they dive in for this round. Second Hellion does pop, and with 2 Hellions, Spirit should be fine. As Spirit, he kites away, kites back, roasts up those Lings, and will clean them up. Likewise, Yakov fanning out towards the left-hand side, confirming that there is no opening here towards the left. And we have a Spirit going for the third CC before Starport. So economic build here. I mean, CC first into a third CC. Behind this going into Banshee play. But there is going to be some anti-air. And Yakov, he is cutting workers. Cutting workers at 24. He's already moving out with Lings and with Hydra reinforcements as well. Hyper aggression here from YoungYakov. Can he shut the Hellions? He can get one. He can get one Hellion. The others, they will kite back. But the first Hellion does, oh, at least should go down. There we go. Does go down. The 2 Hellions getting a little bit low. Banshees are on the way. But Yakov, he just rallies in. And again, there's no bunker. There's no high ground advantage. Lings, they rally forward. Hydras, they start to step in. And they will deny mining. Actually going further than that. He wants to go for the kill. He's going for the kill. Going for Cloak, actually. Not quite. Up. Cloak is getting low. The boys are being pulled. And more. Jeez. Oh, he pulled all the boys. And we should be able to defend. The Hydras are getting very low. We're down to 4 Hydras. I say that, back up to 6. Killing and targeting down the Mule. Focusing down more SCVs. Does rotate around. Lings, they do well buffering. That's going to be 13 SCV kills. This is critical damage. Now, Cloak will complete, and there is going to be a Banshee counterattack. But remember, Overlords are detectors. Overlords, they will detect. You do not need spores, just anti-air. And this is getting out of hand. And again, Spirit was just so greedy here when it came to the later factory, when it came to the lack of any SimCity even. There goes Cloak. And Cloak Banshee will shut this down. So with that, Yakov, he has to pull away. Now, bearing in mind, Yakov, 20 SCVs. He kills 20 workers. So Yakov does take an economic lead back at home. As long as he has enough Hydras, he should be able to defend. Again, the Overlords are ready. Yakov, ooh, a bit of a misrally. Yeah, misrally out of Yakov. Has to race back. He has less to defend. But there he is, does step forward. Up. Yo, remember back when Overlords could detect? It's crazy. Those were the days. Yakov, he pulls back. Oh, of course, because these minerals are no mind, these units are stuck. Like, they're stuck in this lane. We spoke about it, the lanes that cut off from each other, and without mining through these minerals, like these units, they just could not engage. Yeah, so some wasted supply there from Yakov. And this is something you have to get used to on this map. Like, the hatcheries that you produce from do matter. This is something that we've seen Dark be really good at. Like, Dark, he's so good at specifically, like, droning up from these fringe bases and making units from specific hatcheries instead. Otherwise, things like that happen. But now, has been opened up. Ling Hydra does rotate over towards the center once again. Bunker is almost done. Now we have a tank in position, so Spirit, he's being more secure. Yakov moving in. Does deny the bunker, getting on top of the tank. Yeah, the tank is exposed, and the tank is going to go down just in time before the bunker completes, before the wall is done. And this is getting out of hand. This is becoming too much. Overlord comes in. Banshees are going to be deflected. One Banshee goes down. Likewise gets 12 SEVs. Spirit once again does hold on. Now, what's scary about what just happened? This is good damage. 12 SCVs. It shows how all-in YoungYakov was. Look at the drone count. He's got 36 workers against the 37 SCVs of Spirit plus mules. Spirit, he's ahead. Like, Spirit, economically, he's in a better position than YoungYakov. Yes, killing all those workers was good. He's killed 34 SCVs. But again, YoungYakov is, and it has been all-in. He has been all-in. He has to kill. And if he doesn't, if this goes on any further, Spirit will snowball out of control. Spirit, he's already snowballing out of control. So this damage is not good enough. Banshees, ooh, they hit the southern base. Hydras, they can no longer gain ground. The tanks are in position. Bunker this time is done. The second tank is in position as well. Marines are amassing, and the aggression has subsided. With that, the aggression has ended. Mining is denied. Yakov contained on 2 bases, 35 drones. YoungYakov getting further behind. This is getting brutal. And behind this, taking up into lurkers. Lair is done. Lurker Den is on the way. I should say lurker, morphing lurker is being researched. We're researching how to learn how to morph into lurkers. We're figuring it out. Meanwhile, Liberator moves in from behind. And Yakov is in a rough position here. Now, the problem that we have for YoungYakov is you can be aggressive, sure, and he does take down Liberator. The problem here is that there's no way for YoungYakov to kind of go in for another angle of attack. This is the only attack path, at least currently, at least until some of these other middle paths are opened up. Here, we do see the Spirit, he's expanding towards the top side. Meanwhile, YoungYakov has not opened up the top side, so he can only really attack head-on through the center. And because of that, Spirit, he can just focus all of his attention here. The tanks, the bunkers, the depots, the wall, like all the attention just has to be centralized here, and Yakov cannot break this. Lurkers are pushing forward. Behind this, Queen's Nest is on the way. We're taking up towards Hive, towards Queen's, towards maybe even the Defiler Den. Or Defiler's Nest? Den? Mound, that's it. I was like, that doesn't sound right. Which one is it? It's the Mound. The Mound. Ventral Sacks, I do appreciate it. So we are working towards Dropper Lords. Ventral Sacks on the way. The Overlords are about to learn how to store units. Let's go. So we do see Spirit, he's just walling up. He's just walling up. Sensor towers being thrown down in the center, towards the top side as well. Fanning out. Do fan out. Takes down the Overlord. Does supply block. Again, keeping YoungYakov on the back foot. All the Dropper Lords have now morphed into all the Overlords have now morphed into Dropper Lords. At least that's in the process of happening. And Yakov once again cutting workers. He does not expand yet. He's getting ready here for a 4th. But he's massing up Morling Hydra. Once again, Dropper Lords are being deflected. They're being forced back. More lurkers morphing in. Here comes the Hive. And I believe this should be for Defilers. To help support the army. Building up. Now, we could try to drop into the main. Like, there is an opening here. There's an opening into the main base. Right now, there's no sensor tower towards the left-hand side. I'm curious if Yakov goes for it. I mean, the opening, it feels quite obvious, but there's no turrets. Like, there's no turrets here. There's no setup. And here we go. He's going for it. Yeah, he's headed towards the main. This is going to be a kill shot. Yakov is all in. Like, he's down in workers, down in economy. Down in all other aspects. He has to end the game here and now. And we're dropping each other. As Yakov drops the main, we do see Spirit also dropping the southern base as well. Meanwhile, Spirit's main army is going to be out on the map. Now taking a fourth, securing his natural. And here comes that Doom Drop. Things are about to get chaotic. We'll see if Spirit does counterattack or he just responds to this. There we go, jumping into the production. The Lunkers, they will burrow in the heart of the production as well. Yeah, the main base is going to be forfeit. Upgrades are exposed, so going to be denying 2-2. At the same time, Yakov moving in, but there are tanks left behind. And Spirit, he responds with his bio army. Not going to be easy. Oof, tanks just going off. Yakov bleeding out some supply. Ooh, there's the scan. Takes down 1. 2, 3, 4. All the lurkers are falling. Yeah, not enough lurkers here. Not enough support. And with that Spirit, he shuts this down. He will shut this down. He will clean this up. There's what, 2 lurkers left. That's not good enough. Or is it? Up. Up. Oh my god. There we go. There's the scan. Here comes the snipes. At the same time, Yakov, it looks like he will break the forward expansion. Okay. Does break the planetary. At the same time, though, Spirit, he's stemming in. Does stem in. The Hydras are exposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All the Hydras go. God. The Hydras, they melt so quickly. Yeah, without support, the Hydras are so vulnerable. They might not be light units like in StarCraft 2, but again, they're still like more of a supportive unit. They need those Zerglings. Snipes here on the lurkers. And Spirit holds. Spirit, he holds. And on the one hand, he did lose his E-base, right? 2-2 was denied. 2-2 is going to be heavily delayed. Was able to deny and shut down some of the production. Ghost Academy did survive. Spirit has momentum. He has a lot of momentum here. Takes down the lurkers. Spirit pushing forward. And Yakov, he is in trouble here. Again, he was all in and he did damage. Not enough. Did not kill. Did not kill Spirit. And now Spirit is going to snowball out of control. We have 3 lurkers. 3 lurkers with this. So far, Yakov, he's holding on. Catches out 2 ghosts. 2 ghosts go down. And he has to counterattack. And if he can break this expansion, we can look to even things up. Like, Spirit has a massive economy right now. But the base is all on its own. Yakov, where are we headed? Where are we going? What's the plan? Going straight for the third. I like this. He's going straight for the third base. He can break this expansion and then fall back and then break the other. Same time, snipes going up. Yelling Hydra pushing on forward, getting on top of the production. Yeah, nice engage here from Yakov. At the same time, he's heading back at home. The 2 lurkers, they're holding on. The 2 lurkers, I mean, he holds on back at home, pushes further in. And Yakov, he's here to end the game. GG gets called, he busts into the main base. And Yakov, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. A very, very clutch game 1 here. Again, Yakov, he was so all in. the entire game, starting with the Ling all in, with the Ling Flood, with the Ling Hydra all in, then with the Drop Lords into the main base, with the Lurker timing, like very aggressive, very committed. And again, if Yakov had waited any longer, Spirit would have secured himself, would have had a defensive army as well, and would have just outscaled. Like, the longer the game went on, the better it was for Spirit. Yakov had to go then and there. And again, I do like the decision to just ignore the 4th. He ignored the planetary, ignored the base. He went straight for the 3rd and then further into the main as well. Like, he was very committed, broke the defenses, broke the production. GG. And he barely had enough at home to defend as well. GG, well played. Whew. With that, Yakov does take the first game, and now we are jumping into game numero 2. Let's go. It's been a while since we've loaded into this map. We're going to be loading into Oceanborn. Oh boy, I believe it's Oceanborn. No, sorry, not the other one. Not Oceanborn. Abyssal Reef, that's it. It's been a while. Has been a while. We're going under the sea. Here we go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the blue Zurich player leading the series 1-0. And we'll see if he can claim the series here and now. It is, he's 12 pulling, by the way. It is YoungYakov. Going for the 12 pool and spawning in the bottom right hand corner. We have the Polish Terran player. We have the red Terran representing ROC Esports. It is Spirit. And again, the 12 pool is upon us. Now the question becomes, are we crazy enough to like 12 pool drone pool? Otherwise, we should be expanding behind this and claiming a base. We'll keep an eye on Yakov here. Meanwhile, it is not uncommon to go CC first, and that's what's happening. You can see Spirit, he's banking up resources. Command center first out of Spirit, which means late racks, late initial unit, also no scout. Spirit, if you watch him, if you've heard of him, if you know him, you know that one thing and one thing only, regardless of the mode, regardless of StarCraft 2, regardless of StarCraft Evolution, Spirit, he likes cutting corners, he likes being greedy. So CC first into a delayed racks, no scout. He has no idea, and here comes the 12 pool. Now Yakov, he's not drone pulling, he's not all in, he's expanding behind this, but this is still going to be quite aggressive and quite committed, and we'll see what he can get done. The other benefit of a 12 pool in ZVT is that there is no wall. The reason for this is back in Brood War, the depot could not lower. So the wall is going to be open. There is going to be an opening here into the main, so these Zerglings, they can delay the CC, they can also disrupt the production as well. Ooh, as the SCV scout is now moving in, the Lings, they avoid the SCV scouts. Oh, he gets spotted. He now knows. Yeah, Spirit, he's aware. Back at home, going for a 3 racks follow-up. The Lings are here to delay the CC, and can he force a cancel? Yeah, CC is going to be denied. And it's going to be close. The Marine only just began. I was saying that we could try to go straight into the main, but they were. The boys are being pulled. And can he snipe the base? Oh my god. SCV does get on it. Progression continues. Boys have arrived. And with these extra Zerglings here, yeah, YoungYakov, he will win this fight. Oh, I say that. The Marine has arrived. The Marine goes down. Yeah, the Marine gets surrounded. SCV barely goes out, but the CC completes. Whew, okay. Spirit, he holds. Spirit, he gets what he wanted. He does actually complete the command center. No cancel. If this base was canceled, that would have been game. That would have been game then and there. But it does finish. It can now lift. Now we have more Marines, and the game continues. Oh boy. that was very clutch, very close. Oh, gets one more SCV. Oh, gets 2 more SCVs. Okay, now it's more worth it here. I was about to say that Spirit would be in a good position, but now suddenly that was 6 SCV kills, 1 Marine for 10 Lings. Looking at the worker count, YoungYakov, he has a slight worker advantage, slight worker lead by 4. And behind this Spirit, his own follow-up is going to be delayed. Now, when it comes to his build, this is going to be a 3-rack stim timing. We're going to be working towards the Academy into stim, as he does attempt to hunt down the Overlord. But this is going to be delayed. And even lifting this racks is brutal, but he can afford to do so. The reason for this, because he lost so many SCVs, it means he has less minerals, which means he can't even afford a 3 racks production. Academy's on the way for stim. Overlord is going to be hunted down, and he will get the kill. Nice pickup. Now he can go back to producing. Behind this, safety Bailey nest out of Yakov. Now Yakov, he was able to scout earlier, and he did see the 3 racks, so he knows what's coming. He is fully aware of the 3 rack stim timing, and he's going for the main defense. Link speed is on the way. Yakov, he's droning, he's saturating. Spirit does move out. Trying to catch another Overlord. Trying to, and it looks like he will. There we go, Overlord goes down. Does float away. Yakov is getting ready for the defense. Link speed is done in 10 seconds, and he should be okay. Now, I don't see Spirit pushing onto... He gets another Overlord. I don't see him pushing onto Creep, though. He's overextending. Link speed is done. Comes with the surround. Yeah, it comes in with the surround. Stutter stepping is not good enough, and Spirit, he overextends. He should not have been on creep, and with that, he will lose everything. Now he's vulnerable. Bunker has begun. 2 bunkers even. Throws down 2 bunkers, massing up the fire bats, massing up the medics. Again, if only he had waited a little bit longer, if he had sniped the Overlord, then tried to race back home, he could have supported here with medics and fire bats. Yeah, he can hold. There's no breaking this. There's no breaking 3 fire bats. Not like this. Spirit, he makes his stand. Baneling's gonna be on the way. Now, how many Banelings to kill a fire bat? That's the real question. As the problem here, these Banelings could break through, but now we have bunkers. Right now we have 2 bunkers behind this. We have a full wall as well. Yakov is all in. He's not droning. Yakov is not droning up. He's going for a bust. He busts down the first depot wall. Nice kiting. Very nice kiting. And yeah, Yakov, he's shut down. He's completely shut down. He cannot break through these bunkers. Morling being rolling in. He's down to 3 Bailings. Oof. I mean, good positioning there. He does detonate to attack all 3 buildings at once. That was very intentional play there from YoungYakov. Oh no! The depot! Oh my god. Barely saved. Yeah, very intentional movements, but despite that, he does not break through. And now YoungYakov backs off. He's droning, taking up into roaches. A lot. that is the correct answer. How many Bailings to kill a 5 at? Too many. Too many. True, true. And with that spirit, he does hold on. Getting into U238 shells. I remember. Siege mode is on the way. Building up into Biotank, 3rd CC in production. And Spirit, he does have momentum. Now this time when it comes to this move out, it's not just Marine. Now he has 3 medics. Now he has, was it 5 fire bats? He's ready. Like, he can hold his own, he can deny a creep, he can potentially even threaten the 3rd. Roach production has begun, but this is not enough Link Bane. Depending on some of the connections. Does him in. Yeah, he sims forward. Roaches are trickling in. We have Spine Crawlers as well. Okay, he has enough to hold on. Oh, and Spirit, he has to get the hell out of here. he's pushing in. He's crazy. Yeah, does move in. Bailey's rolling forward. Yeah, nice connections. Nice connections here with the Bailings. The fire bats, they go down. The Roach is in position as well. And Yakov holds. Yakov, he does hold on. Again, once we saw these Spine Crawlers, that would have been the time to leave. But Spirit, he just went in. he just went for it. So we have a bit of a back and forth. Oh. I love that siege mode sound. It's so good. The sound of like the hydraulics engaging and like the air escaping. Yo, that's peak childhood right there. This god. Jesus. It just hits different. Now, you know to respect those tanks. From here, just saturating the 3rd. 3rd base getting saturated. Likewise, Hive now rushing into Hive. Okay. Yeah, my attention. We do see Yakov rushing into Hive Tech. No Evo chambers yet, by the way. But based on the Hydrogen, I imagine we're rushing into Lurker Tech. That would make the most sense in my mind. If we had Evo chambers and plus on melee, then we could talk about Ultra Tech. As we just canceled the Lurker Den. Okay, Lurker Den further back. Okay, we're protecting the Lurker Den. Further back in the main. Hive is now complete, or is almost done. And we're building up towards Lurkers. As we are walling up. Of course, welcome to Abyssal Reef. This map was very prevalent in the previous map pool when it comes to how fortified these bases can be. Referring to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, it is very easy to set up on 4 bases, sorry, on 5 bases, and to secure yourself and just turtle up. So I do favor Spirit when it comes to expanding and establishing his bases, but he is once again being active. And you could make an argument that he's been maybe a little bit too cavalier with his pushes. The first 2 move outs that he did overextend. Now, the difference this time being, this time he has tanks, and this time the Lurkers aren't ready, right? He is striking before the Lurker tech is complete. Laying around by at the same time. Rocks being knocked down. Spirit moving in. That's a lot of Link Bane. Yeah, tank leads a siege. And with that, yeah, Spirit, he has to kite back. Takes out all the Banelings. Nice splits, nice red. Takes out the Banelings, but now we have Roaches to clean up. And once again, Yakov, he will shut down the push for the 3rd time. Yo, Spirit, we need to calm down and just turtle up. We need, need to calm down. Just turtle. I mean, now he will because he's forced to, but now he doesn't have that army lead that he otherwise would have. So Spirit, he has lost map control. Spirit, he is vulnerable. Yakov, the Hive is done. Lurkers are now morphing in, and Lurker upgrades are on the way. So this is going to be a tough hold. This is going to be a tough hold here for Spirit. Again, he's just been too excited today, or this game. Just too excited. Keeps moving in prematurely. As from here, he's just stuck at home. He's just stuck at home. He's building up, turtling up. Making 3 tanks at a time is going to be very tank heavy. I wouldn't be opposed to, at this stage of the game, throwing down 2 more factories, stopping bioproduction, and switching into vultures. Going to tank vulture with spider mines and just switching into mech. Like, bio tank does have its place in the mid game, but I feel like we've kind of that era has come and gone at this point. And I'm not too sure that if it scales too well in the late game of ZVT. But I mean, we have all these racks, so I may as well make use of them, I guess. At least for the time being. Like, waiting for extra factories here, it's not too viable. We gotta spend our money, we gotta max out. Yakov is already there. He's already there. Lurkers morphing in. Now, I believe there are no Vipers. Ooh, no, never mind. 2. There are 2 Vipers here with the main army. They've been gathering energy. And with these Vipers, we can Blinding Cloud. Now, it comes down to the spread here of Spirit. If he clumps up those tanks, then it won't take too many Blinding Clouds to break this. Spirit, he's sieging up. He does have a decent spread. Intentionally so, he's keeping some of these tanks unsieged so he can react and respond to where the army arrives. Here we go. Now loading up. Dropping into the bases. Go for a jump towards the natural. Tank line is looking solid, but no turrets here at the natural base. There's an opening. Yeah, the turrets are too late. The turrets are a little bit too late here. Drop is coming in. Spirit out of position. And here comes a mass unload. Gets into the middle line. Spirit, he's trying to move in. Yeah, nice Blinding Cloud. And the base will fall. It's going to get close. No, Radiate here. Radiate still not done either. Does go for the yoink. Gets a tank. Oh god, the army pushes into the lurkers. Yeah, brutal trade here. The army's going to be cleaned up, but alas, Spirit, he bled out so much here in this fight. He lost, what, 21 Marines? Oh, and here comes the second army. Coming in from behind. Tanks are exposed. That does go for the Irradiate. The army, it's not really clumped up. Yeah, it's not clumped up. Oh god, the Marines pushing into lunkers, Pat. He will clean up. And Spirit holds. He holds, but at a cost of so many tanks. 14 SCV kills. Natural was denied. At least the E-base survived this time. True. But again, that was 8 tanks going down. And Yakov, he has full map control. He can just remax. He can just rebuild, remax, and do that again. Viper survived as well. Base is being denied. And Spirit just doesn't have the supply. Just doesn't have the army here. Okay, he just lost so much momentum throughout the course of this game. Radiant and Hydra. Nice bits. Nice spread. Nice spread. Lurkers have the high ground. Bearing in mind, there is that mischance, of course. Trying to push into these or into the high ground. Oh, nice target firing there by YoungYakov. For those that are curious how Irradiate works, Irradiate is kind of like Parasitic Bomb, except of course it's for either air or ground unit. Does a massive amount of damage here, a massive amount of splash damage, but once the target unit dies, then it runs out. And you saw that YoungYakov, he specifically did kill his own Hydra. Here as well. Yeah, he's killing his own Hydras. He denies the Irradiate. So really nice moves here out of YoungYakov. Has to still respect the tanks. Does pull away. Lurker's going down. He lunges back. He lunges to the high ground. YoungYakov still holding his own. Spirit fighting for his 5th. So fighting for his 6th base. Yakov waiting for those reinforcements. 48 more lings on the way. 7 more lurkers. And you can see here, sure, there are tanks, but there's no support. There's a handful of Marines. Nice to radiate though. Yeah, very nice to radiate. So once again, up. Trying to kill his own units. Trying to. Once again, moving in. The radiates have been solid. The tank line as well. Punishing the army. But there's still not enough here. Does go for that power bomb as well. But the lurkers is running out. Down to what, 3 lurkers? Oh god, the lurkers think they would die. Yo, shout out to the tall grass actually coming into play. Let's go. For those that are curious, if you do attack a unit, and if the unit's on high ground, or if the unit's in tall grass like this, then there's a chance to miss. There's a percentage chance to miss. I think it's like 50%. And Spirit, like half his shots were missing there. Like the lurkers, they were bobbing and weaving, Pat. It was crazy. They were going full Neo, just dodging shots. That was insane. Yo, shout out to the tall grass. The lurkers, they're agile. True. They are agile units. Where's the radiates here of the lurkers? These lurkers should be killed. They should die. I believe your radiate will last the duration of the HP of these lurkers. I believe. Yeah. Like, that's how long a radiate lasts. Jesus. Now lurkers go down. Likewise, the radiate here on the Hydra. Once again, nice target firing by YoungYakov. Does snipe his own Hydra. Likewise, pushing in. Love the defense matrix. But at the same time, a Ling run by here in the mineral line. SCV is going to be going down. 19 SCVs. They eviscerated the bottom left. Gee, we have mass science festival. I mean, Radiant's pretty good. Oh, but again, 22 SCVs, Papi. Ay. No bunker, no defensive setup. Of course, planetaries do not exist. So 22 SCVs go down. Brutal damage. Yakov once again remaxing, going for another run by. More Nidus Swarms here into the bases, pulling away the attention of Spirit. Spirit, amidst all this, what I'm most impressed by is Spirit is maxed. Like Spirit, he was down 40, 50, 60 army supply earlier when he was fighting for his 6th base, but Spirit, he has weathered the storm. He has turtled up. But the Nidus Swarms are finishing. Oh, brutal positioning here. Oh, no, the Marines! No, they run in, and oh my god, they just get annihilated. They bunch up too much. The Marines, they go down to the lunkers, and oh god, they get even more. Jesus. At the same time, we saw more lurkers in the main. How many was that? Jesus, that was what? That was 78 Marines. 78 Marines for a handful of lurkers. Lings, they rush in. More mineral lines going down, more bases as well. And YoungYakov, he will overwhelm. Again, Spirit did a great job at maxing out, but he was torn apart. The Night Display just tearing him apart here. Likewise, science forces are stacking, more damage being done. 32 SCVs going down. These lurkers will be cleaned out. Oh, it's just so brutal trying to push into these lurkers. We don't have to, but we don't have to. It's fine. And Radiate is enough to kill it. The math is there. Oh. And GG gets called. Spirit, he's torn apart, and YoungYakov, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations here, congratulations as we do have YoungYakov claiming the series 2-0. Again, a very intense back and forth, and I'll be honest, Spirit, he was looking terrifying in both games. If you missed out on game 1 and game 2, game 1, Spirit, YoungYakov was all in. YoungYakov was all in, and the all in was failing time and time again, to the point where he just wasn't doing enough damage. He was trading with the army, but he was so far behind economically, and then he was able to catch Spirit with his pants down. In game 1, remember, he ignored the fourth base. He ignored the fourth base, he ignored the planetary. He went right down mid, or right down mid, right down the lane, passed into the third, then straight into the main base, and he went straight for the kill, came with the production, and crippling Spirit then and there. If the game had gone on any longer, Spirit would have won that. Here in game 2, also another all-in out of YoungYakov. Very committed, very aggressive. It did fail. In the end, Spirit did he was in a better position, but we saw Spirit overextending. If you remember, there were 3 distinct moments, 3 fights in the early to mid game where he moved out, he pushed too far into creep, and he lost everything. He would lose army after army after army, to the point where he had to relinquish map control, he had to turtle, and it allowed YoungYakov to drone up to 90. He droned up to 95, I think, towards the end. Like 95 drones, mass bases, and even though Spirit was defending, even though he eventually maxed out, he was maxed out, 1, on a subpar army with mass marine, and also he was never able to apply any pressure because he had no map control because of the early game as well. GG. GG, well played with that. Spirit is going to be knocked out of the tournament, and YoungYakov does advance on into the next round to face off against his next opponent. Oh boy. And once again, let's catch up on our bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Un momento. Here we go. Here we go. As we are getting into our next game, as we're getting to our next series, we catch up on the brackets. Okay, from the top, again, just to reiterate, ByuN took down top or KiwiN 2-0. ByuN advancing on to the semifinals. YoungYakov just took down Spirit 2-0 in a very, very intense back and forth matchup. And now we have our upper semifinals. It's going to be YoungYakov versus ByuN. Now, I just mentioned earlier that Spirit, I would place him as the second strongest Terran player in StarCraft Evolution currently. I would say that ByuN is number 1. Like ByuN, he's the most successful, he's the strongest, he has the most accolades to his name, he's been looking like a beast as of late, and it takes the best of the best to bring him down. Like, I'm referring to players like Shin, players like Dark, players like Hero. Those are the players that would be the one to stop ByuN in his tracks. We'll see if YoungYakov can rise to the challenge, as you don't get better than ByuN. Not right now. So let's go. So ByuN and YoungYakov, they're about to be facing off here in a best of 3. Likewise, MaxPax took down Milky Cow, Dark took down Geralt, and we have the lower semifinals thereafter. MaxPax and Dark facing off in a best of 3 as well. And I'm very excited about that series just because MaxPax is his first time competing in StarCraft Evolution. Like, he's not really familiar with this mode. We're not familiar with him in the sense that he just doesn't really play StarCraft Evolution until now. So we'll see how he performs. I mean, already taking down Milky Cow is a big win, a big feat. And we'll see how much bigger his feat can get. So we're getting into game 1. Let's go. So we're getting into ByuN versus YoungYakov initially. And game 1 is going to be on Sylphid. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sylphid, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran. Oh, Terran theme. We have the Red Terran representing Shop Rebellion. It is ByuN. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the StarCraft 2 Zerg player. Going for another 12 pool. Let's go. We have the blue Zerg player himself. It is YoungYakov. So StarCraft 2 Zerg going for the 12 pool. Meanwhile, we have the Broodwar Terran going for CC first. We'll see. CC first are quite common here on Sylphid. Meanwhile, welcome one and all to a 3-player spawn map. We have bottom left, bottom right, and the top side as well. 3 possible spawn locations, and Yakov, he is looking for his opponent. Meanwhile, as we said, Linz, a big shout out to Acres de Cruz. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. 5 gifted subs to the community. That's a lot of subs, that's a lot of support. Thank you so much for the support, papi. We do appreciate it. Gifted subs to Smugbal, to Chankster, to Pigeon Wrench, to Exwit, Genstein, and to Gian Rod as well. Thank you, papi, thank you. Thank you so much for the support. We always appreciate it. Always, happy, always. Glad to be watching SE Evo with the CranKy Ducklings once more. Yes, we did go on a big break from StarCraft Evolution just because we've been so busy. We've been having like 15-hour casting days with like non-stop DreamHack Dallas and Esports World Cup. So again, if you're mainly sticking around for StarCraft Evolution, I do apologize, but again, we've just been very busy with DreamHack and with EWC and with GSL and with Stars Agora. Like, we've been live like twice a day, every single day, with a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft. And as a result, StarCraft Evolution did kind of fall by the wayside, but now we're back. Now we have a little bit more free time to catch up. Meanwhile, it was CC first. CC first here. The 12 pool has arrived, collapsing here on the building SEV. As the SUV is going to be zoned away. Boys are being pulled. You have to buy enough time for the Marine. Yeah, the base taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage, but the Marine is about to arrive, and with that, ByuN can hold. Base taking a lot of hits, but the Marine is here. Oh, Lings there. Oh no, they get past. Ooh, they do rush past. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there by ByuN. The Marine goes down. The SCVs are going to be falling. He does finish the CC, but at what cost? At the cost of 3, soon to be 4 SCVs. Marine production still underway. Can we get any more SCV kills? Not quite. Oh, potentially one more. Yeah, not quite there. ByuN holds. Ooh, and honestly, solid defense. ByuN, he's up in workers. Likewise, ByuN, he saves the command center as well. ByuN is in a stronger position. Unlike Spirits, I mean, if you remember, Spirit, he lost like, what, 6 SCVs? I want to say, around 6. ByuN lost only 3. So ByuN defends well. ByuN does deflect. Yakov has to race back. And ByuN is in a stronger position, and behind this, going for that 3-max stim timing. Now, if you remember, Spirit attempted this. He attempted this earlier on Abyssal Reef, but because Spirit took so much damage, his 3-max was delayed. The stim timing was delayed. If you remember, he also had to like lift a racks and hunt down an Overlord, so he had disrupted production. Here, this is slightly delayed as well. You can see that we were missing out on the units, but there we go. Now we're kicking into high gear. Stim is on the way. Medivacs are on the way. Marines are amassing as well. This is going to hit like a truck, and YoungYakov did not do enough damage this time. It's going to be a tough hold. Yo, meanwhile, big shout out to Este Hyper One in the chat. Baby, Este Hyper One. Thank you so much for the likewise 5 gifted subs. Also to the community as well. Oh my god, thank you so much. Gifting a sub to EE1 1995, meant to say. E1995, Twitch Viewer 1, to Carmen Cola, it's Meeks, and to BBQ5. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As ByuN is looking for YoungYakov, he's searching for him. Is searching. And here comes the move out. Now he's aware. He's aware of where YoungYakov spawned in. And we're making our way across the map. Look at the. Can you hear the map bias? Like ByuN pushes out as the Terran theme goes on. Ah, no. Okay, how many queens? Okay, we got 4 queens. So we have a handful of Zerglings. Not too many though. Not too many Zerglings. ByuN stims in. Starts stepping forward. Queens. There's a transfuse. Ooh, 1 queen goes down. Yeah, did miss the transfuse. 2nd queen falls, and ByuN will just snowball out of control. Takes down 2 queens, takes down the expansion. That's going to be a kill on the 3rd. Ay. And this is what Spirit wanted. This is the kind of, like, Spirit is envious. He's like, I wanted to do this. But again, Spirit took extra damage, and he was also on a larger map as well. So this is what the 3-max stim timing can look like. Kills 2 queens, a base, targets down the roaches. And YoungYakov, he will hold, he will defend, he will survive, but at the cost of an entire expansion. And with that, ByuN, he retreats. And remember, there's a follow-up here, getting to a 3-1-1 setup. We have U238 shells on the way. We have +1 as well, building up towards tank production, building up towards medics, or towards dropships, I should say. And YoungYakov, he's got some catching up to do. ByuN arrived just in time to have used T1 buy before it got nerfed. I mean, even after the nerf, he still does it. Like, like yeah. You think the nerf stopped ByuN? No, not at all. If you remember, we were casting StarCraft Evolution 12, and Kiwian and the other Terrans, they were still doing it as well. Speaking of Hyper 1 and speaking of more StarCraft Evolution, we are going to be casting the StarCraft Evolution League 13 tonight. That's going to be later on this evening. And that will catch up. That will catch us up as well. Will catch us up. Speaking of, because the KungFu Cup, because we only had one quarterfinals match to broadcast, we will be going over the StarCraft Evolution Masters show match after this tournament as well. So we have a full day of StarCraft Evolution. Marines, they step in. The Queens are holding their own. We do have a transfuse. It does transfuse. And the Roaches, they hold the line. Even sniping some medics towards the end. Nicely done. Does snipe the medics. Yakov does hold. Behind this, going for safety infestors. And is just now going to drone up his own third base. Again, but late droning, late saturation. The economy here is lackluster for YoungYakov. He's still trying to catch up. Meanwhile, ByuN back at home, just chilling. Like he's content to trade like in the way that he has. Trading up mainly Marine for Roach. Behind this, getting into his own 5-rack setup. Ooh, science facilities on the way. I would imagine to work towards science vessels. I mean, hey, we saw the power of Radiate last game, and we could see it here as well. And Yakov, for now, at least is committing into Roach Ravager. I say for now. From here, he can start to try to work towards Hydra Lurker Tech if he can stabilize into a proper economy. But without that, he can't afford it. And there is that Irradiate. Oh boy. Scans the main, confirms the Roach production, confirms the lair. No other tech. I believe he hasn't seen the Infestors yet, though. True, I don't think he's seen them. Now, there is a chance. Because they have not been spotted, we could try to catch out the ByuN army with a solid fungal. Yakov can try to defend. At the same time, going for a ninja base. Let's go. Going for the top expansion. Drop is coming in. Irradiate is almost done. ByuN moving forward. Drop is deflected. Soul positioning. Here come the Fungals. Oh, not quite yet. Ooh, the Infestors, they get targeted down by the tanks. Ay, ay, ay. And that was it. That was the one chance that YoungYakov had there, was to fungal the ByuN army. Instead, the Infestors got targeted. The tanks survived. Ooh, and this is gonna be a tough hold. It's gonna be a brutal hold here for YoungYakov. Now, no more Infestors, no more Fungals, and here comes the Irradiate. He does step in. Bowser get the first tank. Irradiate on the Ravager. Is further back. Irradiate. Ravager goes down. Tanks get a lot of blows here from the back line, and he just overwhelms. Yeah, ByuN just overwhelms here and now. Breaks through that defensive line, takes down all the Roaches, gets into the mineral land as well. We're still holding onto the Irradiate. GG gets called, and ByuN will snowball out of control, taking game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. And with that, ByuN will take a lead again. Yakov, alas, he wasn't quite able to get away with the early game aggression. Remember, winding it back, it was a 12 pull. It was a 12 pull out of Yakov, and he only killed 3 ACVs. That's the problem there. From the beginning, didn't quite do enough damage. Not enough to slow down ByuN, and ByuN, he was able to pop off with that early timing, with that stim timing. And what did he kill? Remember, he killed 2 Queens and the third base. And Zerglings and other units, of course. But the 2 Queens and the base was the most important part there. With that, YoungYakov, he was playing catch-up the entire game. There was potential. There was potential with the Infestors, with the Fungals. But as a reminder, when he engaged, the Infestors, they got targeted immediately by the tanks. And they were the first things to go down. And he did land a Fungal, but the Fungal landed on the tanks, not on the ByuN. So with that, GG well played. ByuN does snowball out of control, takes game 1, and now we are jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Jumping into game 2. Here we go. Here we go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Abyssal Reef, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. leading the series 1-0. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, himself. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can force the ace match. It is YoungYakov. Here we go. As of course we have now YoungYakov playing Brood or Zerg up against the SE2 Terran of ByuN. Oh boy. This time, no 12 pool. There's no 12 pool. This time we're just throwing down our hatchery, we're building up. So far, standard opener. And ByuN has been very aggressive, even when playing SE2 Terran. Like, I would not be surprised if he goes into a 3 Rax here. Like, Rax expand into a 2nd and 3rd Rax. Has been very, very popular and very trendy from ByuN, even with StarCraft 2. Once the map played the Terran music, it was over. Exactly. The map is so biased. Ay, ay, ay. It's okay, it's okay. We haven't hit the Terran boss music yet. Not on Abyssal Reef. So Yakov, he should be safe here to at least get into the early game. No major tech piles yet, so there's that CC on the low ground. What we are waiting for here is if ByuN does indeed go for a 2nd Rax, or for the factory. Does it go for a factory into starport into 3CC setup? Does it go for extra Raxes? We're here to find out. Meanwhile, YoungYakov going for the macro hatchery. Again, this is normal and standard in this matchup or in this game mode, just because Brood or Zerg don't have queens. They don't have queens, they don't have injections, so extra hatcheries and macro hatcheries are even more important for Brood or Zerg. Link speed is on the way, stays in gas. This should be for a Hydrogen or for an early lair. When it comes to builds here, I would say that Zerg are a little bit more limited as opposed to their counterparts. Again, we can go Lair, which would scream Mutaplay, or we could go for an earlier Hydrogen for like an earlier Hydra push, an earlier Hydra timing. Reaper does poke in. And not bad, takes down 2 Zerglings. 2 Zerglings go down, nice control here from ByuN. Takes down another Zergling. And behind this, you see what I see? I see a factory that is true, but I also see a 2nd Rax. 2-on-1. So 2-on-1 set up here by ByuN. Going for a third, so 3CC 2-on-1. This is going to be an earlier stim timing. I say earlier, this is going to be hitting later than a regular 2-on-1 because the starport's going to be delayed because of that command center. But regardless, this will be a timing here with stim. So stim with 2 medevacs and with 14 marines. Usually 14, just because we will... Oh, never mind. Oh. Okay. Usually 14 just because you often do make a pair of Hellions with this, but ByuN, he doesn't make any Hellions at all. Okay. 0 Hellions. YoungYakov with the gases going for the early Hydrogen into Hydra speed. So Ling Hydra out of YoungYakov. 3rd base is on the way. So far we're still building up. Hopefully this game will be Plague or Plague or Plague or... I would say that often we don't really see that. Defiler tech is not uncommon in ZVT, but... I mean, Yakov's going for an all-in. He's not droning. YoungYakov is not droning, he's not taking gases, he's rushing across the map. We saw this build against Spirit earlier on Monty Hall. This is the same build, same timing. Hydra speed is about to kick in, and it's all or nothing for YoungYakov. Unfortunately, he's pushing into upper high ground, into a tank, into a bunker as well. Yeah, ByuN is well set up. And we'll see if we can get on top of the tank. It's going to be the goal. Does rush in. He wants the tank. He does want it. The boys are being pulled. The tank does get surrounded. Nice pickup. Takes down the tank. It dives into the bunker. The repairs are going to be in time, though. Yeah, the bunker does hold. And the Marine... Oh, God. He's trapped. Oh, no. He's trapped. The boys come in. They look down the Hydras. He ties them up. And with that, every Hydra is going to go down. ByuN, he holds. He defends. Oof. And that was only 5 SCV kills. Only 5 SCVs at the same time. The Banshee is wreaking havoc. Sorry, the Reaper, even. Getting a couple drone kills. Jesus, that one Reaper has 7 kills. That's crazy. I don't know why I thought it was the Banshee. I just saw a flashing dot here in the main. And behind this, I mean, there's no starport. Very delayed starport, going double eBay before starport into tank production. That's what caught my attention earlier. Remember the early tech lab, no reactor. So early tanks, so 2-on-1 tank build here by ByuN. Very safe, and it pays off. Typically in a regular 2-on-1, there would not be a tank. Oh god. So ByuN, he defends very nicely. And again, is going for a delayed starport. He's going for a delayed push just to be safe, and it worked out quite well. Worked out very well here. And he's going for a later 1-1 timing. He secures his natural. YoungYakov is in a rough place. The lair is just now going to finish. Now getting into double evo chambers, into double upgrades. Now he's droning, but everything is so late for YoungYakov. And this is looking dire. It's looking dire here. Now, of course, there's a chance. YoungYakov with the Laird can now tech up into Lurkers, so Lurker tech is on the way. With a good amount of Lurkers, and depending on the positioning, depending on the engagements, YoungYakov, he can take a fight. But ByuN has been playing so safe. So safe. Now taking a third base. Keeping his tanks back at home. Getting as good as 3 tank setup here. Now repositioning. Third Eva chamber? I'm pretty sure that is supposed to be an infestation pit, but okay. Getting to triple Eva. Maybe he does feel the need to get into range upgrades to help support his Lurkers. Maybe he feels that far behind and he has to catch up that much. Maybe. We're about to find out. We're about to find out if he starts +1 range or if he starts infestation pit. Because he's got the money, he's got the resources. Yeah, I think this is a mistake. I think otherwise, we would be starting +1 range. So I'm pretty sure that was supposed to be a pit instead. Or even a Queen's Nest. There we go. Now we have the Queen's Nest on the way. So the fact that we saw the Queen's Nest at the same time as +1 range tells us that he tried to morph in a hive. And he wasn't able to. Sorry, I was meant to say Queen's Nest instead of infestation pit. Because that's the prerequisite for hive tech. So unfortunately, hive is going to be a little bit late here for YoungYakov. Oh. Lunkers are holding their own. God, the overlords are so much more intense. The Brood War overlords. So do you have ventral sacks on the way? Wait, no, not quite. The other one. Energy upgrade. In my mind, that was the drop lord upgrade, but that is not the case. Let's see what it's called. Find out together. So if YoungYakov keeping up the drop play, will deflect. And again, ByuN has just been very passive here. I spoke about this earlier with the earlier tank production. It's called gametes meiosis. There you go. Gametes. Gametes? There we go. As queens are amassing. Now queens, they do have the ensnare ability. Queens, they're almost kind of like the alternative to an infestor in Brood War, where instead of fungals, they have ensnare. Of course, they're air-based units instead, so they're a little bit more mobile. They can attempt to lock down the army. Ensnare does last longer than fungal, but it does no damage from my recollection. Just a slow. ByuN's moving in. Are we on hold position? Oh my god! Yeah, shots going off, brutal connection, but alas, ByuN will still break through. But nice start to the fight here for YoungYakov. Again, that's what he's hoping for. To catch out the army. Lurkers attempt to counterattack, but ByuN still has that massive supply lead. Drop into the main. Distract the army. ByuN looking to move in. Pushing forward. And Yakov, he just can't engage here. The Queens push forward. Oh! They do connect with an ensnare, at least on the medevacs, not on the bio though. Oof, as one medevac goes down. Oh, second medevac as well. Okay, not bad. Catching out 2 full medevacs. YoungYakov. And you can see how long ensnare lasts. And there we go, the chain ensnare. God, he's just covered in it. At the same time though, the drop plate continues. 9 more drones going down. Ay, ay, ay. And despite ensnaring, YoungYakov is not able to collapse in. He's just been distracted time and time again. And the snare is soon to run out. He does have vision here on the tank. That's a lot of vision, Jesus. There we go, collapsing in. It does rush forward, pushing into the tank line. Gets on top of the tanks. 1, 2, 3 tanks going down. Gets 4. Takes down 4 tanks. He barely cannot get the others though. Yeah, ByuN holds. ByuN, he holds the line. Still pushing forward. YoungYakov, he fails to break this position. Likewise, he lost the expansion. Things are still looking dire here for YoungYakov, and ByuN's maxed. ByuN's maxed out. Dropping into the bases. Likewise, YoungYakov, he's just pinned back, losing base after base. Ay, ay, ay. Fungal deals effectively no damage these days. Or it's important to distinguish because Fungal deals damage, it cancels snipe, and Snare, because it deals no damage, does not cancel snipe. Like there's like a mechanical and important difference between the two. When it comes to dealing with ghosts. There's an important distinction. But ByuN does get behind the mineral line. Catching out 8 drones. Oof. Let's get up to 9. Likewise, we see YoungYakov attempting a surround or even a counterattack. But ByuN, he has supply back at home to defend. He's got planetaries, he has tanks, slings. They do catch out some of the tanks though, not bad. Yeah, they're all on their own. 3, 4, 5 tanks going down. A very nice catch here from YoungYakov. Ultra's gonna be waddling in. But here come the snipes. Oh my god. Yeah, snipes the ultras, but Yakov, he's holding. He's surviving. He's barely holding on. Doing what he can to survive, but again, just bleeding out. So many workers. He has the northern base, but again, no saturation. Just now droning. Trying to get into ultra tech. Ultras, they're big boys. Oh my god. Huge. Their stance is so wide. And again, this is how Ultras used to look back in the day. Like, they were a lot more leaner than the current... Like, SC2 Ultras, they got lazy. They got... they got thick. Back in the day. They used to be lean back. Oh my god. As ByuN pulls away, he's just fully turtling up. Again, ByuN still has a massive supply lead. Ooh, catching out the queens. Catch out the queens. Okay, Yakov still trying to build back up. Now we have Ventral Sacks on the way. Defiler Mound is done. Okay. Now, technically, because ByuN is turtling up, he's still getting damaged. I mean, that's still 14 drones. Jesus. 14 drone kills. Oh, God. I was about to say that because ByuN is being more defensive, this does give YoungYakov a chance to stabilize, but he just lost 14 more workers, and ByuN's pushing. Like, he's not backing off. If given time, even with a smaller army, especially with these defilers that are on the way, Jesus. Oh God, the snipes are brutal. But even with the defilers, with things like Dark Swarm, we can take a fight. Speaking of, collapsing on the ghost. There's no ensnare though. Yeah, no ensnare. The ghost, they do stem away, or they do back up. Oh God. And there's no catching these ghosts. At the same time, no, not again. Another 14. 28. This hit squad of Marines, they've killed 28 workers and an expansion as well. Ay, ay, ay. There are no queens left. I was curious, but yeah, there are no queens left. They got sniped earlier, so there is no ensnare. Likewise, defilers have arrived, and Dark Swarm would be a way to try to break some of these siege lines. It could be a way. If we had the ensnare plague kind of combo here, then we could lock down the ByuN army. Could. Oh God. Snipes going up. I bet say queens win games in 1,000 games compared to other units input. I mean, there have been a lot of games that we've covered that queens have been very impactful, to the point where ensnare got nerfed. I think if I remember correctly, because previously, a couple of months ago in a previous patch, ensnare didn't require an upgrade. I don't know if you noticed, but ensnare did require an upgrade here in this game. But queens were very much so more accessible, and ensnare was a big part of certain competitions. So yeah, in StarCraft Evolution Leagues past and in KungFu Cup's past, I will say that we have seen ensnare be very, very strong. Catching up, three full drop lords go down. Barely any of the army make it into the main. Oh God, it's not enough. No shot. Yeah, originally ensnare didn't require an upgrade, but now it does to slow it down, just because queen timings were so strong. So again, if you watch some StarCraft Evolution like at the start of the year, that's where that was very prevalent. Meanwhile, Consume is being researched. YoungYakov, he has built up an army to work with. He's got a Scourge. He's got his Defilers, catching out the Ghost. There goes down. Forcing back ByuN. ByuN just... he has just fully accepted that he's just turtling up so hard. Planetaries are on the way. Just a wall of planetaries. 5 planetaries are morphing in, but... oh, God. Welcome to Abyssal Reef. We do get a plague on some ghost. Oh God, that was a brutal EMP. Insane EMP. Sorry, not EMP. The other one. Yeah. There was EMP there on those defilers. The plague did graze the army. Plague on the planetary, let's go. Well, that's the planetaries, they stand their ground. Army's moving in. Oh, here comes that defiler. Nice EMP once again. EMP connects. Army does collapse in. Sniping the ultras. Again, still more efficient trades here for ByuN. Trading at a planetary for ultras. And we're down to how many defilers? 4. Okay, 4 defilers. Still here. Not much energy to work with. But remember, they can consume, and they should. Should be consuming here. Spawn broodlings on the way. That's something else that we've seen in late game, like ZVT against mech, is spawn broodlings to kind of like break tank lines and to break through some of these high-tech units, like immortals as well. So Shadow collapse in. We do get a ghost. Planetary does hold the line. The tanks do so much here in the backline. Oh god. Again, it's not easy pushing into any of these planetaries. But at least Yakov, he has recovered. He's maxed. For those that are curious, how do you kind of break this position as a brutal Zerg player? Greater Spire Guardians, right? Guardian is almost like the equivalent of a Broodlord in StarCraft 2. But you'd have to get out of a ground army and into the air. Oh god, as the ultras, they take so many hits, and the ultras are gonna melt here. Yeah, the ultras go down. We have 6 more ultras on the way. This is just a very expensive way to try to break through these siege lines. Not impossible, but it's expensive and difficult. Brutal is only two games working against mech. I recommend watching more StarCraft Evolution. Mech is more common, and we do see players defeat mech. It happens very often. Like I said before, we see a lot of queens being packed as well. Drones are going down. We have 7 queens on the way. That will help. As we mentioned earlier, like mass queen and mass spawn broodling, it can be a way to just break through all these tanks. 100%. But lack of guardian is concerning. Like, this is very much so like a one and done kind of army that YoungYakov is building up. Just pure Ling Ultra Queen. And again, he's banking up a lot of queens for the mass spawn broodling. At this point, he's abandoned the idea of going into Defilers, and I agree with that. Like, Defilers pushing into these siege lines are not going to work out well. You can Dark Swarm your way through, I guess, but the siege line is just so spread out. Like, you'd need a lot of Dark Swarms to really gain ground. As these Liberators down 20 workers. Yakov taking the southern bases. Scan reveals the army. How many queens do we have? We have so far 12, soon to be 16. So 16 queens. And again, just to reiterate, the plan here and to explain the ability itself, spawn broodling is a way to break. I mean, we're about to see it. Yeah, it just insta kills a tank. So the goal here is to just rush in and just target every single tank with spawn broodling. Oh, yo, he's crazy. Oh no, let that the infestation. Oh my god, I've never seen someone successfully infest a CC. Let's go. Here we go. Oh, brutal EMPs. Yeah, EMPs, they pop off. Oh, the queens, they were stacked, they were bunched up. Aye, aye, aye. And with that, ByuN holds. ByuN does hold. Again, a brutal EMP on those queens. We needed those spawn broodlings. So he has to back off, gather up NG once again, and just wait for just another wave, another round of spawn broodling. Unfortunately, unlike Defilers, they can't consume. Unlike Vipers, they can't suck on buildings, so you just have to wait. Just wait it out. But again, the ace in the hole, the Hail Mary play here for YoungYakov is just the mass spawn broodling. Like, that's it. That's the only way. At least that he's constructed for himself. Meanwhile, he will lose 2 expansions, 2 bases go down. Brutal losses here for YoungYakov. We have 5 more queens on the way. Massing up more queens. I'll get out of here. Oh no! Oh. Oh, the slow float into the air. ByuN now taking some of YoungYakov's bases. Oh, Plague on the army. Okay, not bad. Does graze some of these units. Again, there's lots of control here as we do sort of the queens pushing forward. Oh.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Oh, I missed that sound. Nice plague. Yeah, nice plague on the army. Very nicely done. And again, because plague lasts a long time, that also means that these units cannot snipe. Or the ghosts, like they cannot snipe. Rotating over, catching out some tanks. Nice movement here from YoungYakov. Takes down the planetary. Yeah, better moves here from our Zerg player. But this is what we need, right? We need to combine. We need to get a plague on the ghosts. We need to spawn brooding the tanks. Ideally ensnare the ghosts as well. Move in with the ultra. Like, this is still doable for YoungYakov. Oh, he gets it. Let's go! It's not going to do anything, but he does infest. It's the YoungYakov. The infestation of the CC. Now, can we get some infested Terrans this game? Can we get him? Can we take over one of these bases? Army dives in. Ooh, no plague. Yeah, no plague. The snipes are brutal. Yeah, there's no plague. There's no ensnare. Where are the queens? Where are the queens? What's going on? The queens are just chilling back. That was a brutal fight. Queens are looking exposed. Yeah, they overshoot with the ensnare. It's one spawn broodling. Oof. Losing another queen. Now, but at this point, that's all I want out of this game. Can we make an infested Terran? Let's go. Oh no! Defilers get caught. I believe those are the final defilers. Yeah, 0 defilers left. 15 queens. And they do land some spawn broodlings, but others are brutal EMPs, catching every single queen. Ay, ay, ay. Again, I feel like you have to approach this like ZVZ. For those that are curious, in ZVZ, because of how the Vipers work in StarCraft 2, you typically need like 2 or 3 different groups of Vipers, and you move them in like a portion at a time. I feel like the same has to be done here as well, where you cannot stack up these queens in such a way, and you would need multiple control groups of multiple groups of queens. Otherwise, this happens. And with that, the queens are essentially dead supply. Like right now, they're just dead supply. Res collapsing in. Oh Jesus! You see that ultra spinning into the air? Oh my god, that's crazy. As he does rush past, he wants those ghosts. They do kite back. They kite through all these tanks, and the tanks that will shut down the ultras. Ultras, they melt to the tanks. Planetaries, they hold their own. I'd love to see contamination here on this planetary, but alas, there are no queens left. They're still further back. And YoungYakov is broke. At this point, that was his final army, his final fight. He's going to be remaxing with 7 ultras. I believe this should be his final remax, as he's running out of money. Running out of drones, running out of bases, as he is mining out. Queens are back online. I'm still concerned that we have them bunched up like this. It takes like 2 EMPs to cover everything here. It doesn't take a lot. And we had to wait so long to gather up energy. As Ultras, they go for the dive. They do bring down one of the planetaries. I wonder if it's worth just keeping one of these planetaries barely alive just to contaminate, or just to infest. Like, I do know that infested Terrans were buffed recently. I say recently, like maybe 1 or 2 patches ago they were buffed. Oh, Ghosts are on the hunt. But they were buffed because they're so rare, so I believe the goal was to make them worth it. I also think originally planetaries couldn't be infested, but that was changed and now they can. I think originally it was just only CCs and orbitals. But there were some changes like that. Does get a parasite off. Let's dodge the EMP. I'm still concerned by how clumped up we are. EMPs, they will connect. Oh god, yeah, 2 EMPs. Once you get the 3 look at the spin. Oh my god. They're twisting up into the sky. Jesus. The Ultra's back. But yeah, it was 2 EMPs. 2 EMPs caught every single queen. Oh god. Do you think it's because is there like excess gas inside like the Brutal Ultra so that when they die it just propels them, skyrockets them into the sky? Like I'm thinking like a helium tank, you know? Like an oxygen tank gets shot and then just spins out of control and just zooms. Is that what's happening to the Ultras? Because they've been spinning. They've been similar amount of gas in a thinner package. Yeah, so it's more concentrated. It's more dense. It's more the pressurized gas inside of the Brutal Ultras is greater than that of the SC2 Ultra. Makes sense. Yeah. In the lore does make sense. The pressurized Ultras. Nice little pickles here with the spawn Broodlings. But oh no! Oh god. Yeah, as the Ghosts they move in, do get ensnared, the Ultras they try to punish. And can we catch up? Oh god, god. Again, 2.5 EMPs, they catch every single queen. GG gets called, and with that, ByuN will take the series at 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very intense game on Abyssal Reef, which is what we were used to. Again, Abyssal Reef is one of those maps that is very defensive on 6 bases. So you saw that both players could hold on to and maintain a decent economy for a while there. But I'll be honest, that was like a 25-minute death animation for YoungYakov. Like, it was, oh god, it was just a really, really rough start. He lost a lot of momentum early. ByuN was looking very comfortable for the majority of that game, able to safely, and again, this is one of the reasons why why there was so much controversy around Abyssal Reef when it was introduced into StarCraft 2 is it's just hyper defensive, and you can as opposed to on other maps, you can very easily just fortify and build up to 6 bases without too much issue. And we saw that there was like very little harassment. We saw some drop play, right? We saw some run-bys here and there, but for the most part, ByuN's economy was never really under threat. Like it was always looking solid, it was always there. And it was YoungYakov playing catch-up. Now, there were definitely some opportunities for YoungYakov, as we mentioned. Like, his Hail Mary play was going into Mass Queen, but unfortunately, every time he tried to engage, he was punished by EMPs, right? Like, the EMPs would punish. We spoke about it at the time that ideally, typically, if you're stuck in a game like this, especially on Abyssal Reef, which is hyper-defensive, I'm thinking of Abyssal Reef, I'm thinking of like King's Cove as well, maps that you can more easily cut in half and like secure yourself. Again, we had a wall of like 6 planetaries on Abyssal Reef. That's where like the Guardian would excel, more so than the Ultra, because the Ultra is designed to dive, to rush in, to catch an army, and to try to abuse some of these more open areas, but they don't exist on Abyssal Reef. Like, they're not there. That's where you have to take a slower approach and go into like mass. In SE2 would be mass Broodlord Infestor, right? It'd be Broodlord Infestor. Here it'd be Guardian, like Guardian Queen Defiler, right? Instead, or even Guardian Queen Defiler Lurker, which doesn't feel good. It's a much slower style, and a lot of players don't really enjoy playing like that. I don't think YoungYakov does. So instead, he just went for the Mass Brute Force Ultra, and just didn't do quite well. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, ByuN. He will claim the series, and with that, he will advance on to the grand finals. Meanwhile, the question becomes, who will join him? Who will join him in those finals, as we are getting ready here for the lower semis, and I'm very excited. We have a ZVP between Dark and MaxPax, and again, MaxPax is a player that has been playing a lot of Warcraft 3 Evolution, which is, imagine this game mode but with Warcraft 3 instead of Brood War, but he hasn't really played much, if any, StarCraft Evolution. So I don't know how he looks. I don't know how he performs. He did take down Milky Cow to make it to the semis, which is a very impressive win. But how does he compare to Dark? I would say that Dark, he is the best Zerg player in StarCraft Evolution. You don't get better than Dark. Likewise, you don't get better than ByuN. Like, we have the best StarCraft Evolution players in this tournament. We're just missing Hero, right? We're just missing Hero, and I guess we're replacing Hero with MaxPax here. And we'll see how he performs. We'll see how well versed he is. As we are jumping to game 1. Game 1 is going to be on Vermeer. Here we go. And of course, this is a replay cast, and these events did occur before Dark went in the military, so I should emphasize that. Dark, of course, now he's retired. That is true, but these matches did occur before said retirement. So it's not like he's come back and returned for StarCraft Evolution. That's not the case. This is just before he went to the military. And here we go. We are getting to our next series, and spawning in the bottom-hand corner of Vermeer, we have the purple Protoss player. We have the Danish Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming, rocking the StarCraft 2 race. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg, the Brood War Zerg player. It is Dark. Go. Here we go. As we are settling in, also shouts, I see Magnath in the YouTube chat. See Yokel as well. ¿Qué tal, cómo estás? I appreciate the copy pasta. I appreciate it. As we're settling in, and what's interesting that I find here is that Dark, he usually plays random. He usually plays random when he plays Brood War. Not this time. This time he did pick Zerg, I believe. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah. Did play Zerg. As he's going to be opening up hatch before gas before pool. Very greedy build here out of Dark, going double hatch opener before any other tech structure, before the gas, before the spawning pool. MaxPax does confirm, and MaxPax does find Dark. As a reminder, this is a 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom right, bottom left, top left, and top right. Dark is still looking for MaxPax. Dark has not found him yet, and he won't find him for a little bit longer, as he's still moving in with the Overlord. He's still moving in. Still trying to figure it out. Likewise, MaxPax with the SE2 Protoss, he can be more aggressive, he can be more assertive to try to punish the greed here of Dark. We'll see if he does. The ultras are lean, better spin velocity. There you go. Would have loved to see that match with Guardians. Yeah, it's a stylistic thing. Like, again, like even in StarCraft 2, like there are a lot of players that are unwilling to go into Broodlord Infestor just because it's just a slow style and such a, yeah, it's not the most fun thing to play into. Same with Guardian as well, right? That's understandable. Comes down to the player. Meanwhile, we do have Dark going for his own Hydra Den. I believe skips Link Speed. Yeah, he skips Link Speed, goes straight into Hydras. And we can turn this into an all-in. Dark, he does find his opponent. He does find MaxPax close by ground. So again, horizontal spawns. And Dark, he may skip the lair. We'll keep an eye on him. Like, Dark is often very aggressive. There we go, we have Hydra Speed on the way. The colony does complete, does fully wall off, so the adepts don't find a way in. And Dark, he's just droning. Fun fact, he's not making any Hydras, just purely droning up. Now that might hurt him, as we do have a Stargate opener. Dark does confirm he's aware of the Oracle. There we go, 3 Hydras are on the way, and again the Hydras are necessary to defend against that Oracle. Getting up to 4 Hydras. All the fanfare. Yeah, I was just double checking that Dark did spawn in a Zerg, not random. If he was random, then the logo on the fanfare would have been the dice. Would have been the dice. As that does auto catch. Meanwhile, Twilight Council follow up here at a MaxPax after the third. So this looks pretty standard. This looks just like regular PvZ in StarCraft 2. Stargate open into the third, into Twilight Council with a Forge plus on a Blink. I'm assuming going for a Forge. Currently the Forge is delayed, which means this could be Glaive Adepts. And just like we assumed when we saw the Hydra Den, I assumed the Dark would be going for an all-in. No lair. This is a hash-based all-in. We have Hydra range upgrades on the way. Stasis goes off. 0 drones here at the third base for Dark, and likewise undersaturated here at the natural as well. Doesn't even saturate the gas. He's all in. So 45 drone, 2 base all in. Sorry, 38 drone, 2 base all in here by Dark. Rallying everything across the map. It's pure Hydra. Remember, he even skipped Link Speed. Like, there's not even Link Speed. It's just pure Hydra. Ooh, and drones are going down. Yeah, Dark is going to be delayed. Does rush in, and again, the map is helping him here. And Blink is not done. Blink is not yet complete. And he's going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throw, going for the Cybercore. Cybercore is exposed. Dark, he should kill the third. Likewise, should kill the Cybercore as well. Blink is just nowhere near being done. He has to wait even longer. Only halfway complete. Dark, oh, focusing on the Sentry. Sentry goes down, no force fields. And no more force fields. Likewise, more Hydras have arrived. He killed the third. No shield battery. Oh, Stasis does go off. Stasis does connect. But still Dark, he just has an overwhelming army. And Blink is still not yet done. He needs a couple of seconds. 10 more seconds. GG gets called. And Dark, he will snowball into a win. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Dark with the 45 drone hatch all in, hashtag all in with mass Hydra. Again, not even Zergling reinforcements, just pure Hydra out of Dark. And again, the map was helping close by ground. Horizontal spawns, close rush distance by ground. And unfortunately, MaxPax, he didn't scout, or he didn't recognize lack of drones at the third. That's the big thing there. Even though he was harassing with the Oracle, even though he was poking towards the natural, he did not check saturation at the third base. The full wall at the natural would have been a tell as well, but there was no drones whatsoever. Just an all-in, and MaxPax, he was caught with his pants down. Again, MaxPax, he had no shield batteries at the natural base. He was not ready to defend against an all-in. It caught him off guard. Did catch him off guard, and I want to see some more MaxPax out of this series, but we might not get it. We might. I want to get a gauge of what his Brood War is looking like, and we're about to. Ooh, as we load into Blue Storm. Let's go. Powerful build. Oh, it's powerful, especially because there was no scouting, right? Like MaxPax, he just didn't scout. He just was not aware what was happening, was not aware what was going on. If he was, then there would have been shield batteries at the natural. He would have evacuated the natural sooner. Shield batteries would have been just extra site defense. Stasis traps. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Blue Storm. We have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg leading the series 1-0. Now rocking the SC2 race. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Brood War Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And again, I want to say this is the first time that MaxPax is actually playing StarCraft Evolution, so how does he handle Brood War Protoss? Brood War Protoss, it's very common to open up with Reaver drops, right? It's very common to open up Dragoon into Reaver drops. Otherwise, Classic is very fond of opening up Charge, opening up Zealot legs, and going for a heavy, like a 2-gate opener into like 6 Zealots across the map, into fast Zealot legs instead, into Storm. So different players, they have their own builds that they do like to rely upon, but the standard go-to is Reaver drop. So we'll see what MaxPax goes for. Oh god, you're all animals in the chat. Oh god. The brain rots. It's breaking into the StarCraft scene. You're all animals. Oh god. Aye. Some of our regulars are working on Stargate openers. I mean, it also helps, of course, that if you recall, there were a couple of tournaments that did incentivize Stargate play, right, with the bonus to the Scout opener. And that is true. We have seen a couple of players open Stargate into Scouts. We've seen it a little bit. I think Skillus comes to mind. I think I remember Skillus incorporating it a little bit more. A little bit. But yes, for those that are unaware, the Scout did get buffed. At this point, it's been like 3 or 4 months. It's been a while. Like, it's crazy time. It moves in one direction. I know, it's wild. But I guess it was quite some time ago, but the Scout was buffed to help out with early game defense, to allow for Stargate openers to be more viable. We're going for an all-in, by the way. That is a 225 lair timing. That is crazy fast. So early lair, gas is being mined, link speed is being researched this time, and Dark is going for a link roach all-in. Yeah, he's going for the all-in. Meanwhile, MaxPax, hey, he's been watching Classic. He is going for that charge opener. Citadel into Zealot legs, into speed lots. But I'm concerned because I don't know if that's going to help too much against the Roach all-in that's coming his way. Oh boy. I say Roach all-in, I believe it's going to be a Ravager Ling all-in. Because Dark, he's not droning. He's not droning whatsoever. 0 saturation at the natural. 20 drones. That's all he has. That's all he needs. And the rush distance by ground on Blue Storm is quite short. To make up for that, you can knock down, there's a tower here. There's a tower here that you can knock down to wall this area off. Likewise, you can see how narrow this choke point is. It's very, like one zealot. One zealot is enough to hold off on the ramp or on the entrance. But there is another entrance on the right-hand side, of course. Lings are poking in. And the all-in is coming. Zealots are power walking over. Let's go. The Zealots are here. Lings, they dive in for another probe kill. You get one more probe. Rotate back around. And here he comes. We got the Roaches. We got the Lings. We got the soon-to-be Ravagers, I would imagine. As Darky's banking up gas. Yeah, he now knows. Yeah, now he realized. Again, MaxPax, he's had no scouting, by the way. And once again, no side defense, no shield batteries, no cannons. Lings, they come in for this round. They lock down the Dragoon. Oh, they try to. The Zealots, they trade well against the Zerglings. I will say that at least. Yeah, the Zerglings, they melt against the Zealots. And the Roaches are exposed. So far, decent kiting. does get on some of the, yeah, it does get on some of the Zealots. Zealots are going down. They are being targeted just in time. We're down to 1 Zealot. Boys are being pulled out. First Zealot is going to be targeted. 1 Roach will fall. Oh my god. Oh, it does not pull away in time. It's still so close. 1 Dragoon left. More Zerglings. They're flooding across the map, and he's done it. Yeah, at this point, he's done it. He breaks through the Zealots, going for the kill, going for the Dragoons. More boys have to be pulled. But the Zerglings are here. Yeah, the Zerglings have right. That's not just the pylon. No, the pylon. No, the pylon goes down. Depowers everything. GG gets called Artosis. And with that, there's nothing left. There's nothing here. No production. Everything's depowered. And Dark will take the series 2-0. GG. Ah. GG, well played. That 1 pylon was powering everything. We had more Zealots on the way. The boys are being pulled to protect the Dragoons, but alas, 0 production. Also, more boys were going down. The Link Flood was too much. And once again, just like game 1, MaxPax, he did not confirm the all-in. He did not realize what was happening. I mean, that's also the downside of that kind of opener as well. In StarCraft 2, because of the Stargate opener and because of the Adept, specifically the Adept, the Stargate, and the Sentry to a lesser extent. You don't really go for Sentry openers in ZVP, but there are multiple ways to scout, to shade into bases or to move into mineral lines to confirm whether or not there's droning. Here, MaxPax, he was relying on the first Zealot. He was relying on the very first Zealot. Zealot went down. Outside of that 1 Zealot, he had no information as to what was happening. He did not get into the main. He did notice with the Zealot the lack of drones at the natural, so that was a bit of a tell, but that was also really early on. You could argue that, oh, maybe, you know, Dark, he was just like holding onto his lava, or he was just keeping his drones at his main base. You could argue, but that was a bit of a tell there. Unfortunately, MaxPax, he was not able to confirm what was happening. He did not move out with a second set of Zealots, for example, and with that, he was caught with his pants down. Once again, he had no side defense at the natural because he wasn't expecting an all-in. He wasn't expecting it. GG. GG, well played. With that, Dark, he will claim the series, and now we have our grand finals getting ready for us. It's going to be a best of 5 between Dark and ByuN. And again, we expected Dark to defeat MaxPax for sure, but I'm a little bit sad just because what I wanted wasn't necessarily to see MaxPax defeat Dark, but I just wanted to see how he would look like with Brood War Protoss. I was curious to see like how he would handle himself, how he would handle those units, what his early game, mid game, and even late game would be looking like. We didn't see any of that. we saw none of that here in this series. So in my mind, MaxPax, his prowess in StarCraft Evolution is still a little bit ambiguous. Like I don't really know where to place him amongst the other Protoss players. Is he better or worse than Geralt and players like MinoVK or Rebellion or Prome? Hard to say. So to me, he's still more of a question mark in StarCraft Evolution, but GG, regardless, GG will play. With that, Dark, he does claim the series. Now we're making our way into the grand finals. Let's go. Un momento. As we can catch up on the bracket, figure out where we are, and just catch up what's been going on. So again, ByuN and Dark. ByuN with nothing but 2-0s. He 2-0'd KungFu or Top in the first round, in the quarterfinals, I should say. He 2-0'd YoungYakov. I would say that was a bit of a closer back and forth, and YoungYakov, he had his own moments in that series as well. Likewise, Dark, he 2-0'd Geralt, he 2-0'd MaxPax, and now we have ByuN and Dark facing off. Not a single one of them has dropped a map so far, but now they face off in those finals. Now we are going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here. I'm going to be having a bit of downtime to get up, so take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, get ready for the best of 5 finals. Now, so far this has been a bit of a shorter broadcast, but we do plan on actually having another cast after this. So right after the finals, we're going to be going on another break. We're going to be setting up for a show match. There is a best of 7 StarCraft Evolution show match between Shin and 3Point. It's going to be a best of 7 between those 2 players. So that's going to be the StarCraft Evolution Masters number 3. That'll be after the KungFu Cup. Now though, we are going to be going on that short break. When we come back, we'll have the finals. See you soon. See you soon. Happy to see you soon. welcome back everyone, welcome back to the grand finals, those grand finales here of the KungFu Cup, the KFC number 10 StarCraft Evolution Edition. I'm of course your side VIP with you and joined by these amazing players, by our two finalists, Dark and ByuN, so far undefeated, so far not dropping a single map on either side. Now they face off in the grand finals. And here in the finals, one player will finally drop a map. I mean, they have to. We're going to see non-stop draws, probably non-stop. But here we go. We're jumping into the finals. And again, as a reminder, this is StarCraft Evolution, not StarCraft 2. So here we do jump in to blend together to have Brood War face off against StarCraft 2 in this 1v1 format. And we have our best of 5. Game 1 is going to be on Monty Hall. Let's go. Let us go. Someone has to go down. And before I get ahead of myself, of course, a big shout out to OMG Bentley in the chat. God, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime, subscribing for 2 months. Thank you so much for the support, and we do appreciate it as we jump into our grand finals. And spawning in the top left hand corner of Monty Hall, we have our Brood War Terran player. We have a Brood War Terran from South Korea representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the SC2 Zerg. It is Dark. Here we go. Oh, yo, the sun rays. I'm only just noticing it here, but we have some beautiful sun rays here dawning on the Dark of all things. Oh my god. As we are in our caverns, we are here in Monty Hall, and welcome to a pseudo island map. Let's go. The way this map works here, as you can see, is that you do have 3 lanes. You have 3 separate lanes here, 3 separate portions of the map. They're all completely isolated from each other. You can still drop back and forth between the lanes, but for the most part, they are isolated. You have to rotate back and forth by running back into your main and going back over towards another one of these lanes, as these are the only entrances into each lane here on Monty Hall. And to gain access, you have to mine. You have to mine through the patches, mine through the minerals. Hold on. I'll get my Google Translate. They always have banter. They always have some banter. Let's see. Okay, interesting. So ByuN, he said they have played on this map before. They have played, and if you remember, ByuN, he even learned the hard way last week in KungFu Cup number 9 how these mineral patches do work. If you recall, in his previous series, I believe it was against YoungYakov. No, sorry, it was against a Protoss player, if I remember correctly. Might have been against Hero. But ByuN, he said, oh, we're in a tunnel, papi. And then Dark said, don't drop me. Like Dark, he was like, no drops, not allowed. As we were saying, again, like we have 3 different lanes here, but you can use drops to bypass them. You can use drops to hop over from one lane to the other. Oh my god. As we do see Dark expand towards the southern lane, and of course ByuN expand towards the center. Speaking of, oh, I see. So if you remember, ByuN versus YoungYakov was a really long series. If you remember, they had a 33-minute game too, like 33-minute game for game number 2. Dark, he's saying you guys took so long, I almost fell asleep. And ByuN, he said, you did well staying awake. So it looks like the lower semis were first, and then the upper semis were after that. So it looks like, especially considering how fast Dark's games were. Remember, Dark, his series was like 10 minutes. Like he cheesed the hell out of MaxPax. But stepping into this, or stepping into the upper semis, like ByuN, he went for like full macro against YoungYakov. Translating. Oh, Dark. Oh. Right, I should just check the vision here. Dark, he stepped in, and Dark was saying, what is this? We can see double factory into mech, and Dark, he did scout. Dark, he is aware. He was like, what are you doing? why? Ay. As he, of course, sees the racks floating. So he sees the racks floating, so now he's fully aware that mech is on the way, going double Vulture here into Ion Thrusters into Siege mode as well. So ByuN is going to make it up. If you've been watching ByuN in Brood War and StarCraft Evolution, you will know that ByuN, he does two things. He either does 3-act stim or he goes into mech. And here on a pseudo island map, mech makes the most sense. So he is making it up. Dark, he responds with a Roach Warren, so he's getting into his own Roach Ravager composition. He's setting up. Oh. Alright, hold on. What do they say now? What? I don't understand the wordplay. ByuN, he just said. Yeah, he just said he said laundry. Can I bring it to you? And then Dark's like, okay, you can bring it. what? I think that's like wordplay though. I don't know what that exactly means. Obviously, he's talking about going across the map and bringing him some vultures. The Dark's like, sure, bring it. Let's go. As Drop does head towards the map. Actually, laundry could be another. I mean, that could be another kind of word for, I guess, drop play, maybe. As vultures, they do bust in. They head into the mineral line. Drone's going to be pulled, and so far a lot of workers are going to be going down. Again, vultures, they just have their way with these workers. Yeah, 3, 4, 5 drones going to be fully coming for the surround. We lock down the vultures, but still at a cost here. 6 drone kills. 7 drones going to be going down. Again, vultures, they just annihilate workers, and the roach production is not there. I mean, again, Dark, he's just been droning. He's not made a single unit here, and ByuN calling him greedy, papi. Oh my god. I'm assuming. Oh god. Ah. So we are pulling back. I think ByuN, if I'm not mistaken, but I would appreciate one, not at all. I would appreciate any translations in the chat for those that are native Korean speakers. But I believe ByuN was saying, "Oh, keep mining. It's not working." It's like, oh no, not like this. So setting up. So far, more tanks are amassing, more factories on the way. Again, just building up his own tank production. As Rax is zoned back. And behind this, we do have Lingbane Roach Ravager on the horizon, +1 melee, link speed as well. So initially, Dark was being very greedy and cutting a lot of corners, but now he's able to focus on his army production. Roaches, Lings, and Ravagers. Now, with these melee upgrades, as we take in towards an infestation bit, this could actually lead into Ultra Tech. Curious, as ByuN, he does push right through the center. Again, Dark is building up. Oh, there's so much banter. ByuN, he pokes out. Does poke out, likewise collapsing on the tanks. I mean, they are still on siege. He gets one. One tank goes down. Oh, piles a crazy army. Going for another tank. Does get a second tank as well. So 2 more tank kills. Dark pulling away. Dark does pull away. When it comes to the thing that Dark just mentioned here with ByuN laughing, I think ByuN, he was pushing through the center, and Dark's like, "Are you really pushing?" It's like, what are you doing? And he forced him back. Did force him back. Here, he's like, "Are you really pushing?" Question mark. And ByuN, he laughs. As ByuN does go for a vulture run by. We have vultures towards the center, vultures on the right hand side. Dark is keeping up. Oh, we have a token swarm host. Actually, no, never mind. Real swarm hosts. Swarm hosts are on the way. I mean, swarm hosts are a really good way to abuse some of the terrain here. We mentioned how each of these lanes are fully walled in, but of course you can drop over the walls or even send locust waves over the wall as well. Unfortunately, ByuN just scattered. ByuN, he just saw the first swarm host, so now he knows. Nidus does complete. Swarm host on the way. ByuN, he does respond. He's at least trying to. Locust wave making its way into the bases. At the same time, ByuN pushing towards the top side. Lurker Slave going for the mineral line, actually. Yeah, SCVs are going down. Ooh, both in the main and at the natural. At the same time, ByuN looks like he will claim the expansion. Yeah, there's no defending here. The hatchery is going to get picked off. Dark trying to engage. Ooh, and he can take down the first tank. It does pile. First tank goes down. Getting himself the second tank as well. Very impressive. He cleans up this army. He shuts this down. GG gets called. 17 SCV kills and the main army crumbles. ByuN just picked apart here. Oh my god. And with that, Dark takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, very impressive engagement there from Dark. I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit shocked. I'll be honest, I thought with those tanks, I thought ByuN would be able to hold his own, would be able to maintain himself there, but no, he was overwhelmed, and Dark takes a lead. With all the banter as well. Dark, he does take a lead. And we're now getting into game number 2. Getting into game 2, and game 2 is going to be on Blue Storm. And of course, the way this format works is that we do alternate between the races, in the sense that game 1 we just saw Dark embrace SE2 Zerg, now switching to Brood War, and vice versa here with ByuN as well. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Blue Storm, we have our South Korean Terran player. We have our Red Terran, the SE2 Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. Down in the series, we'll see if you can bounce back. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean... Oh, like... random player. Okay, show him how it's done, Bobby. The Brood War Terran from South Korea. It is a Dark. There it is. You can see Dark with the, you can see actually, if you look at the fanfare, random. Dark, he picked random. He picked random. He landed on Terran. I think ByuN is asking what race he is. What did Dark say? So ByuN, he's like, what did you land on? What are you playing as? What does Dark say? Oh, I don't know what this means. Mangdux. He's saying, Dark. He said that he thinks about using a certain build. It's called Mangdux build. I don't know what that refers to. And ByuN's like, oh, thank you for telling me. Park Ryung-woo. Oh, Park Ryung-woo. Called him his name. ByuN saying that I use it well. TT. God. They just keep going. We want SCV scattered to ByuN, so now he sees that Dark is playing Terran. At the end, Dark, he's like, hey, you're distracting me. Stop talking to me. And ByuN, he just confirmed Terran, of course. Alright, what was the final line? ByuN said, that's so cool. I think he's referring to the fact that he's playing Terran. But here we go. So we have our TBT. For those that haven't seen Dark's random before, Dark is actually quite strong when it comes to Terran and Protoss in Brood War. And of course, Dark used to be a Terran player. As Reaper does move out. Oh. Nice snipe though. The Reaper does take down the Marine. No bunker. Is this game? No, okay, cool, thank God. Second Marine has arrived. I was about to say, if there's no Marines here, I mean, that would be brutal damage. But Dark, he does hold, he does defend. I say that we have more Reapers on the way. Behind this, ByuN going for his follow-up here, going for the reactor, going for the factory. It was a more economic start out of our Terran player. Takes down the Marine. will delay the bunker. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand. Takes down 3 Marines. And can he delay the bunker even further? Oh my god, barely it does complete. But alas, so many losses already here for Dark. No mining at the natural base. How many SCVs? 3 SCVs and 3 Marines. This is brutal damage. Killing another Marine and another SCV. And this is too much. This is becoming too much. The Vulture will shut this down. He will clean this up, at least. But this is brutal damage at the start of the game. Losing 4 SCVs and 4 Marines. That is a brutal start. Behind this, Dark is going into mech. He is meching it up. We have the second factory on the way. So is going into mech. But this is a shaky start out of Dark. Meanwhile, ByuN, 3rd CC, going for a 3rd CC behind this 3rd CC before Starboard. So a very economic follow-up out of ByuN. ByuN is not going to press his advantage. He's not going to go for the kill. He's not being hyper-aggressive. He's being greedy instead to take a lead. Never thought I'd see Dark play Terran. He's played Terran quite a bit. Just as a reminder, Dark, whenever he plays StarCraft Evolution, he usually plays random, and we have seen a lot of his Terran and a lot of his Protoss. If you haven't seen his Protoss is terrifying. Dark's Protoss, I mean. So if you want to tune into some of Dark's off race, then I do recommend checking out our VODs on YouTube. Like, we've casted quite a bit of it. I always remember it was Dark playing Protoss against Quanta's Terran. Like, that was crazy. Seeing Dark pop off with this Protoss. But as a reminder, in this tournament format, Dark, he's playing Zerg whenever he plays SE2. He only plays random when he plays Brood War. So only Brood War random, not SE2 random. Just as a heads up. Oh, meanwhile, we're going into mech as well. I mean, sorry, we're going into Wraith production. So Cloak is on the way. Wraiths are amassing for Dark. Interesting. As the floating Rax is hunted down. Behind this, ByuN getting to his own bio tank. And Drop is moving out, going double Cyclone. Dropping into the mineral line. Boys can be pulled. So far, brutal damage. Once again, more SCV's going to be falling. Darky's not ready for this. He's out of position. Darky's racing back home. And just ByuN abusing his mobility here. Taking down more SCVs. At the same time, we do have Vultures dropping into the main. Not bad. Dropship did unload. SCV's also going down, so both players taking a lot of hits. Does scan for the spider mines. As Vultures, they rush past. Yeah, they rush past, killing more workers. So far, 9 SCV kills for both players. 9 versus 9. Bit of a chaotic defense here, but Dark will hold as well. Oh, not without losing another Vulture. Oh, jeez, that's the Cyclones are so brutal. Oh my god. There we go. Dark, he does siege. At the same time, liberation into the main. Wraith does arrive in time, but so much damage, and it's still getting out of hand. There's a scan. We need that Wraith for the anti-air. No, Wraith goes down. And this might be too much. This might, like, what is the answer? Like, what is the anti-air? There's 0 anti-air here. There's no answer to Liberator. Meanwhile, Wraiths are across the map, killing more CVs. Again, a very chaotic game state, and workers are falling. But there's still not enough damage, as there is 0 mining in the main base for Dark. Wraiths go down. Liberation towards the natural. And, I mean, the Wraiths, they will eventually deal with this, true. Eventually. And finally, Dark defends. How many losses? 28. Oh my god, 28 SCVs against 14. Double the amount of losses here for Dark. Double the amount of damage. Again, the anti-air is quite limited here for the Brood War Terran outside of Goliaths and Wraiths when you're playing mech. So Dark, he does set up here behind the mineral line. Catching out some depots. Oh, good. And catching out a couple of depots. I believe there's no comsat station. Yeah, no comsat station. No academy for Dark. No scans. And we just see it beyond just abusing that extra range. Wait, nibbling away at the mineral line. ByuN just walking across the map. Let's go. Does waddle across. And what is that home to defend, by the way? There's an empty bunker. There's an empty bunker. There's the vulture. GG gets called. And ByuN, he will tab the series 1-1. We have a back and forth. GG. GG, well played. And again, we saw that Dark, he just had a really hard time dealing with the early game mobility here of the Cyclone drop, the Raven, the Reaper harass as well. There was just so much there going on. And again, Brood War Terran, without any earlier setup, there's very little that you can do there. What I mean by that, if you want to make Goliaths, for example, you do need an academy. An academy is a prerequisite, and we have seen a lot of players in TBT that they do open with the earlier academy and with earlier Goliath production, just to have something against Liberator harass, drop play, or even Banshee harass as well. So again, there was no Goliath. I think that also shows a little bit of an inexperience there within TBT from Dark. So a bit of an experience, and alas, he just was not able to deal with that drop play with any of the harassment. And that leads us into game number 3. Let's go. So both players are tied up 1-1. We'll see who takes a lead. Who does take a lead as we're jumping into... Oh, let's go. We're jumping into Vermeer. And the way the KungFu Cup works, game 1 is Brood War versus SC2. Game 2 is SC2 versus Brood War. Game 3, Brood War versus Brood War. Let's go. It is a rare sight. Bearing in mind that this game mode is not balanced for Brood War versus Brood War, just as a heads up. That is not what this game mode is for, so again, not the most balanced setup, unfortunately. But regardless, we're here for some fun. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Vermeer, we have our teal Terran player, the Brood War Terran. Let's go. So we are tied up 1-1. We'll see who takes the lead. It is Dark. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player. We have the Red Terran. Representing Short Rebellion, it is ByuN. And was this random or was this picked? It was random. There you go. Yeah, Dark, he did pick random and he landed on Terran 2 games in a row. 2 games in a row he landed on Terran. Ay, ay, ay. Never lucky. So I'm just setting up. As welcome on to Vermeer. Sorry, I was just trying to figure out what they were saying. Oh, okay. So Dark, he's saying that he's emphasizing that he's playing for fun, and he wasn't really too certain what he was doing in that TBT. And ByuN's like, oh, it's not gonna be easy. Playing casually. Dark is asking, hey, what build are you doing? And ByuN's asking him, what should I do? As no scouting, by the way, ByuN is going for a 3x. He's going for a 3x setup here, so very aggressive build here by ByuN. This looks like 3x into stim, into an academy, into an early stim timing. Bearing in mind that Dark is aware that ByuN is playing Terran, ByuN doesn't know what race Dark is, and he also doesn't know where he is in general here. Remember, 4-player spawn map. We have top left, top right, and bottom right as well. So we have different spawn locations available, and so far no one is aware of where anyone is. But we have the 3 racks. Meanwhile, Dark is going for his own 1-1 setup. But yeah, Dark, he was asking for some builds. Ooh, and he's playing mech. Okay, so double factory here. This should be double factory into mass vulture, into ion thrusters. So Dark is meching it up this time. Meanwhile, we're waiting for the academy. And this is just a really well-rounded build, just because 3-rack stim, it works quite well against Terran, Zerg, and Protoss. Like, it's a build that we see in all 3 matchups. So ByuN's like, hey, you might be random. I don't care. I'll just mass marine, pappy. Let's go. Yep, there's the academy. So this timing here is a little bit different than in SC2, just because we've spoken about this before. But the 3-rack stim is that much more brutal because you don't need add-ons and you don't need a starport to have support for your army. With an academy, bam, you gain access to medics and fire bats. So this stim timing hits with medics, whereas in SC2, this hits later with medevacs because you have to wait for the factory and you have to wait for the starport and then wait for the medevacs as well. And then you have to get all the add-ons. So this does hit much earlier, much faster in Brood War. Which is also why this build did get nerfed. Quite often, I think there were like, I want to say 3 consecutive patches that did nerf this in different ways. Like, over the course of like 3 months. It was one of those things where the build got nerfed, but it just kept working anyway. And then it got nerfed again, and then it just kept working. Like, it's like, oh, okay. This is pretty good. As you can see, ByuN is looking for Dark. Does scan. Bottom left, bottom right. Now he knows. But he still doesn't know what race he is. Going up the ramp. Vultures are ready. Spider-Mines as well. Oh, he knows. Yeah, that's what the army. And now he's aware that there are most likely Spider-Mines up here. Yeah, so Dark, he showed his hand a little bit too soon. Ideally, he wants to wait for his opponent to go up the ramp. Meanwhile, there comes the rack scouts. Does confirm the 3-racks, the stim timing. Stim is almost done. Vultures a threatened counterattack. ByuN, he does respond. He rotates over. So far, keeping up with the Vultures. Does keep up. Tank production has begun. More factories on the way. Oh, ooh, nice catch. Takes down 2 more Vultures. 2 Vultures left. And ByuN, he should be able to stim down most of these before they connect. Bearing in mind they do on Burrow. Oh my god, he runs in! Yeah, it does run in. Never mind, he takes him to the face. Ah, the smudge. He's laughing. Alas, ByuN, he did not react in time. Did not react, he walked in. Dark, he has momentum. He's happy. He has momentum. He's pushing forward. It's like, mate, you got baited. Oh god. And ByuN, he's in a bit of trouble here. He is in trouble. As tanks are pushing forward. And with the help of his racks, of course, he can get eyes on that tank. There's only 1 tank for ByuN. ByuN going into mass starports. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Setting up for mass starport. Tanks are barely not within range. Dark, he's so close. Behind this double armory, the academy's on the way as well. Still no 3rd CC. Is within range of the bunker. But the longer this goes on, I mean, ByuN is building up a greater defense. More marines, more tanks. Wraith production has begun. And right now, no anti-air. Ooh, he's getting into Wraiths. Dark, he's on a timer. He's got to go. Oof. Yeah, not quite able to. Again, trying to break this siege line is difficult in TVT, especially in Brood War TVT. And ByuN's just outpacing him. ByuN just, yeah, he's outpacing him here with a mass Wraith, I should say. I think I said Vulture earlier. With mass Wraith. 0 anti-air for Dark. He has purely tank Vulture. Now, with the help of the academy, he can start making Goliaths at least. But likewise, no scan into the main either. He's not fully aware what's happening. Consultations are done. Where's the scan? Scans the natural. Doesn't scan the main. Oh, if he scanned the main, he doesn't know. Doesn't scan the main base. Scans the natural again. Oh god. He sees nothing. Absolutely nothing. We have the first starport in production. Still so many more wraiths here. And now it's go time. Now it's time to break out. The mass wraith is revealed. Gets a tank. Gets one. Gets two. Gonna get three. It's gonna be 3, 4 tanks going down. Getting up to 5. Jesus. Getting 5 tanks. Soon to be 6. That is a sync tank falling. Vultures are trying to delay. Trying to. 7th tank gonna be going down. Got 7, getting up to 8 tanks. Now here come the Goliaths. 8 tanks full, 9 tanks even. Okay, 8.5. Oh god. Oh, nice scan. Okay, he has to respect the Vultures. Sorry, he has to respect the Goliaths. At the same time, Vultures, they bust into the main. They try to bust into the main base. The Spider Mines are a little bit messy. Oof. Yeah, tank boys are brutal. Does force some friendly fire. We got some SCV kills. That's going to be 13, 14 workers going down. I mean, that is something. So Dark, he does take an economic lead, and thankfully Dark did take a third. Remember, he was containing his opponent, so he's up a base, he's up in workers, up in economy. Dark, he has that economic lead, and now he's gotten his Goliaths. Now he has some anti-air. The Goliaths, they're online, they're here. Let's go. Does have his Goliaths. Spots the army. ByuN the first to siege. Dark has to respect it, he backs off. Dark does rotate, does have the high ground. ByuN has to pull away. Oh my god! Oh, he runs into spider mines! Oh my god, brutal connections! He does it again! The spider mines! Oh my god! Those are brutal. With that, the third base is gonna be denied. The mines are everywhere. Oh god. We do get some vulture harass, but Dark, he is pushing forward. Getting denied the third. Guys, vultures into the main. They do catch more SCVs. This is not major damage, but it's adding up. It's slowly adding up here. As Dark, he's supply blocked. Oof. Yeah, brutal supply block. It's finally going down. Yes, with that Dark, he is still maintaining map control. He does have the supply lead. Catching out the rates. Oh my god. Yeah, every single wraith goes down. Dark, he gains map control, he maintains it, he pushes out, and ByuN's in trouble. ByuN, he's in trouble. Again, he still just hasn't saturated his third. Like, he's still down an entire base. ByuN getting a fourth. Sorry, Dark getting a fourth. As ByuN is just now getting his third. Does have the high ground. Does have the high ground. Wraiths waddling in. Oh god. Jesus. ByuN, calm down. Does run into tank fire. And Dark, he's going for it. He's going for the dive. Pushing into siege tanks, not going to be easy, but he does drop on top. Yeah, massive drop here. Geez, the Goliath drop. GG gets called a bit of a question mark. And Dark, he will take a 2-1 lead. Out TBTing ByuN. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Dark, he's gonna be like, I have no idea what I was doing. he's like, Terran's just easy. I just freestyled, papi. Oh my god. ByuN's like, smooch. Feels bad, man. Papi feels bad, man. But GG, well played with that. I mean, again, Dark, he had some very nice moves when it came to his spider mines. I mean, to be honest, the spider mines, they were the MVPs. Remember, they caught out the initial ByuN army, and everything very quickly snowballed out of control. Because of the spider mines, suddenly ByuN was contained. He was stuck on 2 bases, and Dark was able to freely get a 3rd base, get fully saturated. The one big kill move that ByuN was going for was the Mass Wraith, right? And it did well. Remember, he killed 8 tanks. He killed a bunch of SCVs. He broke free, he broke out. That was good damage. But as that was happening, once again, he took some massive Spider-Man shots to the face. Likewise, Dark was able to make use of his vultures. He was able to get 14 SCV kills, and on top of that, he was able to eventually break out with his Goliaths and deny the 3rd once again. That's what it came down to. ByuN was broke. ByuN, he just could not expand. He could not expand, could not take a 3rd base, could not build up, and could not keep up with Dark. GG, well played. Whew. With that, Dark is now 1 game away from claiming the series. Meanwhile, the pressure is now on ByuN to fight back. Let's go. As game 4 is going to be on Sylphid. Don't need a build when you have skill, apparently. Dark was even asking ByuN for a build at the start of the game. He was like, I don't know what to do. Give me a build, ByuN. Give me a build. Oh, no. But here we go. We are getting into game number 4, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Sylphid, we have our Brood War Terran player, our red Terran, representing Shop 5 Rebellion, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can recover. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, I believe the random player, this time landing on Zerg. His main race, it is Dark. Yep. Is playing random, does land on Zerg. So I'm just trying to... that's nice. So Dark, he's saying 10 years ago. I remember playing on this map 10 years ago. Let's recall Dark's memories. And ByuN is saying well done. He's saying well done. He's saying that he broke through like the skill like gap at the time as well. Both ByuN and Dark, they played Brood War. Like they did play Brood War back in the day. So they're reminiscing. I appreciate it. Meanwhile, ByuN is cheesing. ByuN, he's had enough. He's going for the proxy. He's going for the proxy here in the center of the map. Going for a proxy 3 ranks mass marine. No gas. No gases here, so just mass marine out of ByuN. Dark back at home. Hatch before pool. I think that's just an all loss. I think I think Dark is just dead. I'll be honest. I think it's over. Again, Dark, he went hatchery into a hatchery before gas, before spawning pool. The spawning pool is not even halfway done, and here come the Marines. And Dark, he hasn't seen this yet. But there we go. Now he sees the bunker. Dark, he's like, mate, really? I think that's just game, I'll be honest. I'm gonna try to translate towards the end here. Yeah, Dark, he's saying this is illegal. And then Dark, he just said, wow. It's like, wow, towards the end. As Dark, he can make nothing. He can make nothing. He said here, I'm really quiet. I think that just means that, like, he's got some sunken colonies on the way. The natural's going to be killed. We have more bunkers in production here towards the main base of Dark. You could argue that maybe this bunker is a little bit late, that ByuN could have been a little bit more proactive, as he does kill the expansion. Lings moving in. They're going to be zoned back. The bunker will continue. There's a colony. Colony does finish. Dark, he's going to be able to defend and hold on one base. He's holding on. But from here, if ByuN wanted to, he could expand. He could just expand. Ooh, ByuN, though, he does abandon his bunker. Does abandon. Lings, oh, they catch the Marine. They zone back the rest of the reinforcements, but there's still a bunker in the back line. But this bunker is going to get surrounded. At the same time, oh god, he's going for the hatchery. He's within range. He's within range of the base. He has to pull the boys. The boys are being pulled. Dark getting desperate. Getting desperate. Does get the surround. Does lock down the army. Barely, but it's still a brutal trade here. Yeah, all the Lings are going down. There's too many Marines. Too much man with gun. And this is just brutal damage. 6 drones falling. 7 drones falling. And Dark is down to 11 workers. What did he say at the end? Yamsangi. I don't know what that means. There's no translation. I think that's someone's name. Yeah, GG. Oh, I say that, Lings are gonna be catching some of the reinforcements. Okay. I missed all of this. Dark, he does catch the Marines. No shot. He catches the Marines. GG, he catches the Marines. I mean, the Lings from behind. Yo, Dark was smudging, by the way. Dark, he was smudging after losing all those drones, but he catches the Marines. He catches out the reinforcements, and GG, Dark, he will take it. He will take. Who needs a spawning pool? Who needs a pool? Who needs drones? GG. And with that, hold on. I want to see what was said towards the end. Wait, we have the message log. We have the message log. Dark, he said this is the 3rd generation of John Spot. I don't know who that is. Like, for some of the messages, they reference like player names, and I don't understand the references because I don't know the player names. Oh my god. But right before the GG, Dark, he was smudging, and then ByuN, he said, "What the hell?" Like, Dark was live. He's like, "What the hell? What's happening?" And then he GG'd out. So this final message with the ... Yeah, ByuN, he didn't understand what was happening. He's like, "What? What is happening right now?" And GG, well played. Dark, he shuts down the cheese, he shuts down the proxy, and with that, Dark, he will be our Kung Fu Cup champion. GG. Whew. Congratulations here to Dark. He will claim the series. Even ByuN surprised towards the end. Even ByuN, he was surprised. He was shocked as to what was happening. I mean, again, it was pretty successful. He was able to do a lot of damage. But where did those Zerglings come from? They came from the 3rd base. Remember, there was a 3rd base that ByuN didn't even know about. He didn't even know about it. And because of that, those Zerglings, they were able to bypass the bunker, able to get on top of the production, able to get on top of the proxy, and GG. GG, the MVP 3rd base, the MVP 3rd base of ByuN, sorry, of Dark, to be able to overwhelm. And with that, Dark is going to be our champion, winning with Zerg and winning with Terran as well. GG. Congratulations here to Dark as it does claim the win. I say with Terran, with Zerg, with random. Congratulations. And with that, I mean, again, Dark, I would say, is probably the best, or was the best player in StarCraft Evolution, but of course did since retire after this. So is now, of course, in the military, and that is where I don't know who I would place as the best player in StarCraft Evolution. I might say Hero, to be honest. If you remember, we did cast a show match between Hero and ByuN. This was like 2 months ago, and it was a best of 7 or a best of 9. No. It was a best of 9. It was the best of 9. I think Hero won 4-1. Like, it was crazy. Sorry, 5-1. It was crazy. Like, Hero, he was dominant in that show match, in that StarCraft Evolution show match against ByuN. It was insane just how good he was looking. But Hero he rarely plays is the problem. Like, he doesn't play too regularly, so it's hard to say that with certainty. But in the absence of Dark, I feel like Hero has kind of risen up. But regardless, GG, well played. Dark, he played well for himself. So did ByuN, of course, making it to the finals and making a finals out of this. And it's always fun seeing Dark versus ByuN in these finals, just because they always have a lot of banter. They sometimes reminisce about the past as well. Whenever they face off in these finals, there's always like just a wall of text. They just take the time to talk to each other. We appreciate it. They're good friends. GG. GG, well played. With that, Dark, he will claim it. And we are now going to be getting ready for our next matchup. What I mean by that here, we do wrap up the tournament, of course. Tournament is wrapped up and Dark is our champion. You can see the bracket here before you, but we also do plan on hosting another match here. Again, this was a shorter broadcast, only 3 hours, so we have a little bit of time for one extra series up next. So we're going to be going on a bit of an extended break. I have to set up all the overlays, I have to set up everything here, all the logos as well. But up next, we're going to be casting a Stark Evolution Masters best of 7 show match between Shin and 3 Point. Oh boy. So it's going to be a ZVZ between Shin and 3 Point, best of 7. That is going to be up next. After the break. Oh, so again, if you want some more StarCraft, if you want some more StarCraft Evolution, then don't you worry, we got some for you. We're going to be going on a break here. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, get ready here for Shin and 3 Point to face off. We'll see you soon after the break. Oh. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our, I guess, next broadcast of the day. We just wrapped up with KungFu Cup. We just wrapped up, and again, a big shout to SC Boy and a big shout to all those working behind the scenes on that tournament. SC Boy, they used to host World Team League, and now they've been hosting KungFu Cup on a regular basis to feature StarCraft Evolution and Warcraft 3 Evolution as well. If you want to help support StarCraft Evolution, !SC Evo in the chat. And you'll get a link to the Patreon page of StarCraft Evolution. Again, there's a very dedicated team working behind the scenes to balance the game, to add graphical assets, to port maps over from Brood War as well. They are very dedicated. They put in a lot of work into StarCraft Evolution, and again, you can help support them via Patreon. Patreon is the place to be. Otherwise, we have some more SC Evo ready for you. We just wrapped up with KungFu Cup. Now we are here with the StarCraft Evolution Masters number 3. This is a best of 7 show match. This is a monthly. This every single month there is a new SEL Masters, and this month we are featuring a ZVZ between Shin and 3Point. Let us go. I would say that these are now the two best Zerg players in StarCraft Evolution. Before Dark's retirement, I would say that Dark was clearly number 1. Like Dark, he was number 1. He was the best out of all of them. But without Dark, I would say that Shin and 3Point are top 2. They're top 2, Shin and 3Point respectively, of course. Just behind them, we have Wayne and YoungYakov, of course. They're also kind of hot on their heels, but we'll see how they compare to each other. I'm ready. I'm excited. Give us some ZVZ, some Brood War versus SE2. Game 1, Blue Storm. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on Blue Storm. Now, unlike KungFu Cup, here in StarCraft Evolution tournaments, StarCraft Evolution League tournaments, they specifically do keep it to SE2 versus Brood War. They do not have Brood War versus Brood War. That is not the case, not in this tournament format. So it's going to be specifically SE2 versus Brood War in each of these matches. And it's going to be loser's pick as well. And here we go, we're jumping to game 1 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. Bottom left-hand corner here of Blue Storm, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3Point. I'll set up his name. I got you. Bam. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have going for the 12 pool, we have the Red Zerg player. From South Korea, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG, it is Shin. And again, we step into a full best of 7 here. 12 pool out of Shin. Meanwhile, we do have a hatch first out of 3Point. No, my apologies, gas first. Okay, so gas first opener out of our Zerg player, going for a more tech-heavy start. Meanwhile, Shin, he does open up more aggressively here with that 12 pool. With this, he's going to be flooding lanes across the map. He may even opt to pull the boys. So we'll keep an eye on him. We'll see if he does pull the boys across the map as well. We'll see how hard he commits. Just expands. Okay, so Shin, he will expand behind this. He is not going for an all-in. Meanwhile, with the earlier gases, 3Point will have earlier link speed. So if this doesn't do critical damage, then 3Point can snowball out of control, as this is a 12 pull into a gasless opener. So 12 pull into typically, I was going to say roaches, but most likely the hydras. Oh, hello. Shin, he sneaks out with a drone. Are we going to spine rush with this? Okay. You have my attention. Links are moving out. We have the overlords in the center of the map. Have the delayed expansions on the way. So far, because the attack path here, the overlord does not see the Zerglings. 3Point is in the dark. 3Point, he has link speed on the way. He has some safety links in production. Drone is moving in, and now he realizes, ooh, late hatchery. This is meant to be a spine rush. You can't make a spine crawler, not without any creep. Has to rush past. Now he knows of course the spawning pool is faster. Delayed expansion, and this cone is not going to finish. Yeah, it's not going to finish. It is denied. With that, boys are being pulled, and 3Point is here to hold. He's here to shut this down. The boys have arrived. Nice drone drilling there. The 3Point does get behind the Zerglings. It is going to be a clutch hold here, and he will defend, but not without losing 4 drones. 4 drones go down. 3Point still ahead in workers. He's still up in workers. Shin, he went for 2 more hatcheries, and he is not droned. Not a single drone. Pure ling. Oh boy. Yeah, there we go. Now he finally starts making drones. Lings, they collapse in. The queen has arrived as well. Shin, can he kill the expansion? No, he cannot. He cannot. The expansion will be saved. 3Point does hold. And Shin is forced back. And Shin, he is behind. Like, Shin is in a rough position. Setting up defensively with his own sunken colonies. Baneliness on the way. Remember, early gas means early link speed means early Baneliness as well. As 3 point moves out. Meanwhile, Shin trying to come in from behind, hoping to try to snipe the expansion. He might be able to. Yeah, he might be able to here. Does go in. The base under fire. Oh, can he get it? Oh, he barely can. That's a kill. That's a kill here on the hatchery. At the same time, Lings, they flooded in. Baneling's morphing in as well. Yeah, the Spike Wall, the Sun Colony is just not quite in position. Not to defend the main. Oof, and drones are going down. Does he have 5 drone kills? Oh, 6, 7, 8. Oh my god. 8 drones going down. And that's going to be all the workers. All the workers do fall down to what? 7 drones remaining. Ay, ay, ay. A rough defense here from Shin. Again, the Sunken Colony was just too little too late. And with that, despite losing the expansion, Shin, 3 point does have the worker lead. Does have the economic advantage. Once again, he does bypass the main army. Does sneak out. He's going for drone kills. How many can he get? He gets at least 1. It's 1 drone. Pulls away. Oh, the queen gets surrounded. Oh my god, that should not have happened. The queen does get surrounded. Shin finding damage. Uh-oh. Likewise, he does threaten the mineral line. From here, he has to be covered to be surrounded. Yeah, it does pull away. Queen does pop. Gets 3 drone kills, 4 drones. Barely not 5. And this is getting quite close. This is very shaky. Oh god, no! It's very chaotic. Bailey's rolling in. They get 2 more drones. We have 9 drones left here for Shin. Meanwhile, we have 14 drones left for 3 point. But Shin has hatcheries. He has bases. He has larvae. And he has more colonies morphing in. So both players should be droning. I say they should be. 3 point is not. 3 point is making more Zerglings. 3 point is choosing not to drone. Uh-oh. I'm not sure if that's the right call to make here. Yeah, he's got 10 more Zerglings on the way. 3 point is just all in. Let's go for the drones. He doesn't quite get them. Heads into the main. Get another colony in position. The Overlord sees everything, by the way. 3 point, he knows. And it can morph in Banelings right into the main. Oh. You see Shin getting another creep colony. And 3 points still not joining. He's still completely all in. He's an animal. Oh, meanwhile, Shin does overextend. Remember, Shin does not have link speed. Shin, he has no gas. But there we go. We have 2 colonies here at the natural, 3 colonies in the main. Shin is secure as long as he responds in time. There we go, making Zerglings. And 3 points all in. 3 point completely all in. Shin is not ready for this. He has colonies, yes, but he has to pull the boys. Banelings are rolling in. The Banelings! Oh my god, takes out one of the colonies. The other gets surrounded. And 3 point, he's done it. He's done it. He has done it. He has broken the natural. And he should break the main as well. Again, Shin was droning up a little bit too hard. 7 drones go down. He was caught out. Behind this 3 point to get another expansion, just to make more lings. GG gets called, and 3 point, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Oh my god. A very intense game here. The 12 pull out of Shin and the gas first out of 3 point. In the end, Shin was just too greedy. He was getting colonies, that is true, but he wasn't making any Zerglings. He was droning. He didn't realize that 3 point was just doubling down and committing to the all-in. And with that, 3 point does take a lead in the series. GG, well played. Meanwhile, yo, a shout out to Matador in the chat. Amiga, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Obrigado. Thank you so much. Gracias. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great ladder session. And welcome one and all to the StarCraft Evolution Masters number 3 show match. A best of 7 show match between 3 point and Shin. ZVZ. Let's go. As 3 point does take a lead. And now we are jumping into game number 2. Jumping into game 2. And again, this is not your typical mirror matchup. As you can see, when it comes to Brutal versus SC2, the players have very different kind of tools available to them. You know, the name might be the same between like a Zergling or a Hydra, but the units themselves do have very different interactions, very different uses. Let's go. Let's settle it. Let us settle in. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sylphid, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. For Weibo Gaming, WBG, it is Shin. I'll fix the color. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the other South Korean Zerg player, the Brood War Zerg, leading the series 1-0, representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3 points. We go. So we are settling in. Oh. I have no idea what I just pressed. But we have our supply. Oh boy. God, I swear this was one of the number pads, right? Apparently not. There we go. Jesus. It was a number pad, by the way. I was like spamming all my numbers on my numpad. We're good. Made it out. But yeah, so we're jumping into game two. So far we have 3 points with the initial lead here, but Shin with the loss does pick SE2. The way that it works here, losers pick. So whoever does lose the series or lose the game does get to pick if they want to commit to SE2 or Brood War for the next game. Meanwhile, we do have a 3 point scouting top right. It does confirm that Shin is not here, and the Overlords, they will find each other. They do come across each other. Link speed is on the way. And you can see that 3 point is staying in gas. Staying in gas here, this should be for either a faster layer to go into mutas or faster Hydra production. One or the other. Now, one of the big reasons why ZVZ is so different in this matchup, one, because Brood War Zerg has no banelings, they are stuck on 2 bases. Brood War Zerg, they cannot freely take a 3rd base because of the link bane aggression of their opponent. I would say that this 3rd base is a little bit greedy here from 3 point. We'll see if he can hold on to it. In my mind, he shouldn't be able to, but we'll see. Meanwhile, Roach versus Roach isn't really a thing, just because Hydras, of course, exist instead for the opposing player. So typically, they rush into Lurker tech. It's going to be Ling Hydra, then you rush into Lurkers, and then you end up in Lurker Wars. And then that forces out Vipers from your opponent. It forces you to tech up as well. Typically, the ideal late game ZVZ for Brood War Zerg is going to be Guardians, if they can get there, but Link speed does kick in. Gets us around, gets 1 queen. Got 1 queen is surrounded, he gets 1. Nice pick off already. Gets a drone as well. 3 point. Very nice target firing. And Shin going for his own counter Ling Flood. No Bailey Nest. We do see 3 point rushing to pulse on Carapace to help out with his Ling army. And making mass Ling behind this. So Ling versus Ling. But I'm a little bit shocked that there's no Bailey Nest here for 3 points. Sorry, for Shin. Yeah, no Nest. Just Zergling. Yeah, and with the defense advantage, I believe 3 point he should be able to hold on. Yeah, he does. He does hold on. He does overwhelm. Again, he has some faster Lings coming in to reinforce. Shin, he's rolling up. He's droning up. Going to 2 base Roach behind this, but he's vulnerable. He's exposed. Shin's in trouble. Shin, he's in trouble here. 3 point. He cannot break this wall. The wall is vulnerable. Does move in. Does spot this. Yeah, there we go. We'll engage. Only two queens to defend. And this wall should go down. And again, no banelings here for Shin. No banelings, no nothing. Better surface area on the queen. Yeah, the queen is going to be targeted as well. And the wall should be broken. Behind this, there's no Roach production. The boys are being pulled. And I believe 3 points should overrun this. As he breaks down that front door. Again, the boys are doing what they can. I mean, 3 point is happy to just trade out with drones. Oh, nice hold position micro. The spawning pool, sorry, the spine cooler does complete. Shin is holding. Shin, he's holding on. Again, still trying to go into 2-base Roach. Behind this, 3-point likewise taking up, taking gases, going into a lair. This does look like not Hydras, but Muta play. So Mass Lurkling into Muta from 3 points. Shin, he breaks out, he counterattacks. 3-point, he responds with Mass Zergling. Getting his own wall. Oh, almost gets surrounded. Has to be careful. He gets some clutch control there. Shin does hit the 3rd. Does try to. Half the colony is done, and 3-point he holds. He does hold on. Defends his 3rd. Overlord into the main. Confirms that lair is done. But 3-point, his drone count is not what it needs to be. He's down in workers. Does go for the Spire. Spire is on the way for the Mutas. Lings ain't sure that there is no expansion. Shin has not taken a 3rd. And Shin is going for Nidus all in. Remember, he scouted. He knows. God damn it. But Shin, he knows about the lair. He knows about the 2-base Muta. So Shin is going all in to try to kill 3-point before Mutas pop out. See if he can. Eva Chamber goes down. Nidus Swarm is almost done. He can Nidus straight into the main. That should be the plan. There we go. Nidus here, barely out of vision. Off to the side. Spire is not yet complete. And how many roaches? 13. There we go. 13 roaches right into the main. And they file in. Workers, they try to evacuate. We do have a wall of colonies on the way. Another Nidus into the natural. And this position is just so brutal. The roaches, they should not be surrounded. The Lings, they try to. Queens are waddling in. Ooh, there's a transfuse. Oh, doesn't quite get it. There we go. Bailey does transfuse the roaches. Yeah, they're getting themselves the side defense. Lings, they're shut down. Getting 1, 2, 3 of those sunken colonies. And Shin has done it. Shin, he has done it. He has broken through. We have 9 Mutas on the way. But every colony will fall. The Queens, they can kind of hold their own, but there's no transfuse. Uh-oh. Spores are on the way, but these might just be too late. There's not enough Queens. Yeah, not enough Queens. These Spores, they will not finish. They will not finish. Roaches, they dive on the Spire. Spores are being targeted down. And 3-1, he will eventually clean this up. Eventually. But Shin, he's not done. He's not done. Ensures no droning in the main. Heads into the 3rd. Boys are being pulled, but the Spine Cooler should be targeted down. Oof. And that's going to be it. Yeah, that's going to be game. Killing every single worker. There's nothing left, Backy. There's nothing left. Drones, they pull away. There's still roaches in the main. They're still in the main base. And back at home, we're just taking up. We're taking up into Hydras. So 2-base Hydra out of Shin. Three-point down to a 1-base economy. And remember, he has no Spire. He lost the Spire. He has no tech. Does have 1/1 upgrades, which helps, I suppose. And he's rebuilding that Spire. Catching out Overlords. Shin back at home, still building up. Building up his Queens, massing up Hydras. And it's going to be a tough comeback here from 3-point. Sure, he has Mutas and he has map control for now, but that will soon change. That will soon change. He's just rotating in between the bases. At least trying to. But now we're just chilling. I mean, 3-point, what kind of, he's just droning. He's just droning up, trying to drone up. I mean, he has been able to catch up on workers, that is true, but the reality is here in a head-on fights, the Hydras will come out on top. Like, the Mutas cannot fight head-on. They have to avoid as much as possible. And here comes Shin. Now, if there are enough Zerglings on the ground to support, there is a world where maybe 3-point with 1-1 Zerglings can surround this army and focus on the Hydras. There is a chance, but it's a very slim chance. And the problem is that now there are Ling reinforcements. Yeah, there are Zergling reinforcements, they arrive just in time. You have the Nidus to reinforce with Queens. The Mutas, a lot of them are going to be going down, and every Muta will go down. GG gets called, the Hydras, they hold their own, and Shin will be able to tie the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Shin does tie us up. Again, a very, very chaotic game once again, where initially Shin, he opened up 2 base, he had a hard time doing damage. We saw that 3-point was able to counter Ling Flood, of course, and almost broke Shin then and there. Then we had the Nidus play, right? We had 3-point going to 2-base Muta, and Shin, once he realized what was happening, went for the correct move, went for the Nidus all in to make sure he could break the Zerg player before Mutas came out. And was able to pull it off. I'm sure there were Mutas, they popped out eventually, but by the time they did, the economy was crippled. But by the time they did 3-point, he was already, like, his economy was already in the gutter. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have a back and forth, we have a series, and we'll see who takes the lead. Currently, we're tied up 1-1. We're tied up 1-1, and now we're getting into game number 3. We're going to be loading into Purity and Industry. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Purity and Industry, we have our South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg, the SC2 Zerg for Weibo Gaming. It is a Shin. Interesting. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent going gas first. We have the Brood War Zerg player from South Korea representing Team Hyper 1. It is a 3-point. Now, what I find intriguing here, gas pool opener, is that 3-point, he did just lose the last game, and he chose to stick with Brood War Zerg. Again, 3-point, he has been competing a lot in StarCraft Delusion. He does favor Brood War Zerg more often than not, and he shows that off here and now. So he will stick with Brood War. Again, really fast link speed into early, really fast gas into early link speed into an early link flood. Shin, hatch first. Shin, he's going hatch, I would imagine gas pool. Standard opener out of Shin, aggressive build here by 3-point. Now, welcome to Purity and Industry. We have a field of slow zones in between the bases, so the Overlord Scout is going to be delayed, but he's powering through those slow zones. He's going to eventually break past and get into the main and figure out what's happening. He's almost there. Into said main. There we go, he does break out of the slow zone. And this Overlord Scout will confirm the gases. Again, the gas just now being taken for Shin. And Shin, what you can do here is that you can actually click on the gas to confirm just how much has been mined. Not just that, he'll also see that link speed is on the way. That's a tell, of course. Yeah, he sees. He confirms link speed on the way. Link production's already begun. And now he's aware. And we can see that 3-point, he pulls out of gas. Okay, so rushing into link speed, pulls out of gas. This tells us that he's not rushing into a lair. He's not rushing into Hydras. Just a link flood. A late expansion. So here we go, the bipedal lings. The raptors. They're moving out. Rushing across the map. Shin, he has an expansion, that's true, but he's gonna have to pull the boys to try to save this base. We'll see if he even can, to be honest, because 3-point, he's still just making more lings. Yeah, Shin is going for the defense. He does have some defensive Zerglings. Yeah, so far, oh god! As Link Speed does kick in, we have the defensive Bailey Nest on the way. Queen has arrived. And so far, Shin he's holding. Does bring down the second queen, so he's got 2 queens. One gets surrounded. Yeah, one is surrounded, does pull back in time. Whew, barely saves it, but there are more Zerglings coming. And the queen is going to go down. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal pickoff. And remember, still no drones, still purely Zerglings. There you go, another macro hatch. We have 2 macro hatches on the way for 3 points. Just still spamming Zergling. Bailin S is now done. We need those Bailings. Where are they? Where are they? We have the gas for it. Shin, where are the Bailings? There we go. Bailing's now on the way. 1 Bailing. That's an important Bailing. Meanwhile, nice around. Oh, but the queen does fall. That's going to be the second queen going down. Ay, ay, ay. That means limited injects. Limited larva. But he has the Bailing. And again, Shin still has the economic lead. He's still mining gas, of course. There we go. Second, we have more Bailings on the way. Oh, they're a little bit too far forward, though. Yeah, they are far forward. With that, oh, massive connection. He gets baited in. And with that, Shin has done it. Shin, he has done it. The Bailings, they will complete. Enough of them will. Another connection. GG gets called. And Shin, he will take a lead in the series 2-1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, when it comes to ZVZ, when it comes to early lane aggression, you can see here that that a big disadvantage that Brood War Zerg has, no Bailings of their own. So they're on a timer. They're on a timer to try to break their opponents before Bailings hit the field. Once they do, you can see the dynamic change so quickly. This is also why I was shocked to see there were no Bailings out of Shin in game 2. If you remember, he did not make any Bailings, so he had a much harder time defending against the mass Link Flood. He eventually did hold, of course. He survived, but was a closer hold than it needed to be in game 2. Here in game 3, did lose his queens, but once he got the Bailings out, was able to snowball out of control. GG, well played. With that, Shin takes the lead in the series, and we'll see if 3 Point can bounce back, as once again, it is up to 3 Point to pick his race of choice. He is on 3 Point, as we are loading into Pylon. Here we go. Pylon is coming up next. Oh, they changed colors. God damn it. It's confused for a moment. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon, we have the South Green Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Hyper 1. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. Representing that SE2 Zerg race this time, it is a 3 Point. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Shin. Leading the series 2-1. And we'll see if he can extend that lead. As a reminder, this is a best of 7, so first to 4. First to 4 will claim it. Once again, we do have a hatch first here out of Shin. Meanwhile, hatch first out of 3 points. Okay, we're calming down. Calming things down. We are building up. Have our initial setups. Hatch gas pull from both players, so standard openers all around. I believe this is the first time this series that we do have standard opener versus standard opener. I think in games past we've either had earlier gases, earlier spawning pools, earlier aggression. Not this time. Not here. Not on Pylon. As Shin does have his macro hatchery on the way. Macro hatchery up and running. And, oh, okay, Shin, he does take an extra gas geyser and he does not get link speed. He skips it. He skips link speed. He's playing 2-base. 2-base into us. This does look like 2-base Muta. Oh boy. So 2-base Muta here out of Shin, very greedy. And 3-point, he will see everything. Oh god. This is what makes 2-base Muta so difficult in StarCraft Evolution, is that because there are no queens, like, you just get a free scout. Like, 3-point, he just goes in. He just goes in, he sees everything. There's nothing to stop him, and he will confirm what's happening. He will confirm no link speed, second gas, the lair, the Muta play. Now he knows. So now he gets a free scout, is fully aware what's happening, and now he can make the decision to go for an all-in, or to be greedy as a response. Is that off center? It is, right? Yeah, it's it's a little bit too far. It's like 1 hex too far north, if I'm not mistaken. It should be 1 hex south. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Meanwhile, okay, Overlord speed. That is interesting. Overlord speed is on the way. We do have the Spire, of course, to go into 2-base Muta. Meanwhile, Baneling Nest does mean that we're just gonna Bane Bust. We're gonna Bane Bust, no roaches. Just purely Bane Bust here by 3-point, and we'll see if he can break the natural. As we have a second Sunken Colony on the way. Shin should not be expanding. He should not take a third. Like, there's no way for him to hold on to it. He just has to turtle up on 2 bases. Just turtling on up. And here comes the Bane Bust. Again, we did know that it was going to be an all-in of some kind. Just not quite which kind. That's why we got Overlord speed. Yeah, 3-point. He laughs as the Overlord speed does come from the Baneling Nest, I believe. Yeah, Shin, he confirms everything. And we have just a wall of colonies on the way. He's fully walling up. He gets a full wall with the Evo Chamber. I do appreciate that he has his Spine Cooler spread. The colonies, they're spread out. And it's not going to be an easy break here. Banelings to go for the hatchery? Ugh. And not quite. Evo Chamber is going to eventually fall. And we're holding on to the Banelings. Ideally, want to save the Banelings for the colonies themselves. And there we go. He breaks down the front door. Does what in? Yeah, does what in. Banelings, they will connect. They take down the first 2. Oh, they try to. Yeah, they get 2. They get 3. 3 colonies go down, but there's still 3 left. Lings, they bust into the main. There's still 2 Banelings. The Banelings! Up! Up! Oh my god. They do graze the drones. They graze them. 8 drones go down. He gets 8 workers. He gets 9. 9 drone kills. That is not good enough, though. As more Lings are flooding in. Oh, they head into the bases. They don't quite get another. And Shin holds. Yeah, Shin, he does hold on. You see he's checking for Banelings. He's up. Well, the Zerglings now going for the Overlords themselves. Now, the damage here was not enough to kill. I will say that 3-point does have a worker lead, so he does have a slightly better economy, but he still needs more damage, because back at home, what does he have? He has 2 queens. He has 2 queens to defend. Spore Crawlers are just now going to be thrown down. He has very limited anti-air. Zerglings, they get spotted. And here come the Mutas. Mutas are zooming across the map. Again, this third base is so exposed, and it can just go down. Shin has to make a choice here. Does he just go for the base, or does he go for the main? Does he go for some more economic damage? Gets a queen. Queen goes down. Zerglings, they poke in. They are deflected. Mutas, they're going for Overlords, and they will get them. And 2 more Overlords go down. Does supply blood. Oh, catching up more Overlords. 3, 4. Oh, 1 more volley doesn't quite connect. The queens, they will hold. They will survive at the natural. The Mutas, they rotate into the main. They swap the spores. Lair is on the way. Just should be for Hydras. Let's take another Overlord. Queens are moving out. Now, if we had Zergling support, then I could see Shin breaking the third. But because it's only Mutas and there are no Zerglings, then 3-point will hold. He will save the expansion. I mean, big defense here for 3-point. He saves the third. Should have gone down, but it does not. Mutas, they catch out the Zerglings. Lurkers now moving in. Oh, yeah, there is an angle here. There's an angle of attack. Oh, clutch transfuse. Clutch transfuse so far, and one Muta falls. Or two? Two. Two Mutas go down. Losing a third Muta, but it's going to be worth it if he can get the base, and he will. Yeah, he will get the expansion. Ay, ay, ay. The third base goes down. For 3 Mutas, that is worth it for Shin. And Shin himself is switching into Lurkers. The Hydra, then into Lurker tech. He's switching out of Mutas. 3-1 himself, going into an Infestation Pit. Ooh, skipping Hydras. With this, he might just rush into Hive tech. His goal might just be, yeah, instead, Viper production. There it is. Hive is on the way. He's going into Vipers. No Hydras. And the problem with that is that, remember, Shin is not going Mass Muta. I mean, you see Mass Muta here, but remember, Shin, he's switching into Lurker tech. Like, the Vipers won't help against that. I mean, they kind of can, but ideally, 3-1 wants his own Lurkers as well to get into Lurker versus Lurker. Do you have a link counterattack? The third base is exposed. Yeah, Shin is racing back. Drones, they do drill. Again, Lurker tech is on the way. And we have some Infestors. We have a delayed Hydra Den. But we are working towards Lurkers. That is the correct move. We should be heading into Lurker versus Lurker. But the problem is that Shin is going to get there first. Shin, he's already there. He's already there. Again, the era of Muta has come and gone. Oh, the gases are exposed! No! There's no Spore. There's no Spore in position. The gases are exposed. Ooh, Fungal doesn't quite connect. Oh, but the Queens, they respond in time. Okay, they save the gases. Let's go. Gases are saved. Here comes another Fungal. Oh, not quite. Queen's Nest on the way. That should be, I would imagine, to get into Queen production, which is Hive Tech. Could go for Dark Swarm with Defilers, true. What I will say is that typically what we see, and what we could have seen actually, if we go into a Hive, is we could turn the Spire into a Greater Spire. If we preserve these Mutas long enough, they can morph into Guardians. That's luck. Jeez, never mind. The Lurkers, they just move in. They're within range of the Spores, though. Not within range. Ooh, Fungal does graze the army. The Mutas, they still, sorry, the Lurkers, they hold their own, though. Yeah, again, we're going for the kill move, the kill shot with the Lurkers. Nice Fungal. Very nice Fungal. We spoke about preserving Mutas, never mind. Oh, God. As Lurkers, they trade well for themselves. Hydra's trickling in. Another Lurker does burrow. Oof. So all the Queens are brought down. And we're still waddling in. No, the Infestors. He gets one. Yeah, GG. GG gets called. We spoke about it, but Shin, he was faster to rush and take into Lurkers. 3-point, he was late. He was delayed. He was late to the party. And with that, Shin will take a 3-1 lead. GG. GG, well played. Again, unfortunately, 3-point, he was trying to hard counter Mutas. Winding it back, if you recall, what 3-point did here was 3-point. He did decide to go into an Infestation Pit and into a Hive before Hydra Tech. The plan there would be to go into Infestors, to go into Vipers, and that would be to hard counter Mutas. But the problem was that it wasn't Mass Muta, it was Muta into Lurkers. And the Lurkers, they were the kill move, they were the killing blow. We saw that, unfortunately, for 3-point, he was late to take up into Hydras and late to take up into his own Lurkers. He was not expecting that kind of tech switch out of Shin. And with that, he was caught with his pants down. He was caught with his pants down. The Lurker timing proved to be too much. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're now getting into game number 5. And the pressure is on. One more win, and Shin will take it. As we load into Maganatha for our next game. Let's go. Let us go. As again, Shin, he was able to beat 3-point to lurkers. And now we're getting into potentially the final game of the series. This morning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. Leading the series 3-1, and one game away from claiming the series, it is Shin. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, going for the 12 pool, we have the other South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3-point. 12 pool on Maganatha. Bold move. Bold move. Again, this is the largest map of the map pool. Longest rush distance by ground is going for, again, the initial 12 pool into what looks to be a follow-up hatchery with the extractor trick. So it looks like this is not going to be an all-in, but it's going to be hyper aggressive here from our Zerg player. What I mean when I say an all-in, I don't think we're going to be pulling the boys, as we should be expanding. We're pulling the boys. Like, otherwise there should be a drone. There should be a drone down here to expand. There's no drone. Let's go. We're going for the all-in. We're going to send it across the map. Hatch, gas, pool, standard opener out of Shin. And we'll see how he responds, how he reacts. We'll see if he can scout this, because we are committing. The drone does move down. Okay, never mind. But this is a late hatchery. This is a 400 mineral hatchery. Huh. Okay. It does pull a couple of boys. I thought he was gonna pull all of them. Like, again, this is late. Like, this hatchery is late for 3-point. Is delayed. So he does commit a little bit harder. He's going for his spine rush, or his colony rush, I should say. Only pulls a couple of boys. Not all of them. Another boy's being pulled. Like, he's we gotta make up our mind. So we have 3 drones. So 3 boys are being pulled for those colonies. Shin, he's now aware. Oh god. He's now aware. He has to deny those colonies. 1, 2 of them get thrown down. And Shin, he has to fight for his natural. But remember, he went for an economic opener. Yeah, the boys are here. Colonies are on the way. And so far, 3 winning kites well. Does kite well, does kite back. Buying time for the colonies themselves. Takes down the drones. Yeah, the drones are forced to fight. And there's so many drones go down. There we go. The colony does finish. The first one at least. Second one as well. Brutal trades. And the Zerglings, they just have to run around. They just have to run around that colony. Forcing the army within range. Zerglings go further to the main. There's a spine cooler in the main base as well. He just runs around. Yeah, just runs around. GG gets called. With that, the natural has been broken. 15 drone kills. And a 3-point puts a point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Shin, unfortunately, he was unable to stop the colonies from being thrown down. Likewise, it was a late scout as well, just because of the terrain on Maganatha. The Overlord scout was late. He had late realization of what was happening, and again, he was just droning up a little bit too hard. He was again playing standard, playing macro. GG. GG, well played. Also, as we saw, because he pulled the boys to fight at the natural, he had to break those spine crawlers, those sunken colonies, I should say, because he didn't. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. At that point, it would have been worth just evacuating, just giving up on the natural base, defending on the main instead, and protecting the main base mineral line. But again, he chose to fight. Wasn't worth it. Was not worth it. Losing 15 drones. That was crazy damage. And with that, 3-point, he puts a point on the board. He does begin the comeback, and we'll see if he can take another win and force the ace match. Let's go, as we're going to be loading into game number 6. Going to be loading into Holy World. Here we go. Oh, as we have diagonal spawns and spawning in the top right hand corner here of. God, they keep switching places. There we go. Top right hand corner here of Holy World, we have our South Korean Zerg player. We have the now Brood War Zerg representing Weibo Gaming. still leading the series, a 3-2, still one game away from claiming the series. Ooh, going gas first. Gas into pool into a delayed hatchery. It is a Shin. It's his turn to be aggressive. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself, the SC2 Zerg from South Korea, representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3 points. And he's still up against the wall. He has to win here and now to force the ace match, as Shin is looking for 3 points. Let's go. Now, welcome to Holy World. So Holy World is a 4-player spawn map. So we spawn into each corner of the map, and currently we are looking for our opponents. We have a 3-point checking top left. We have Shin checking bottom right, and we have the diagonal scout with the second overlord. So it's going to be a late scout from our players. Likewise, remember, aggressive build out of Shin, still no expansion. Early link speed, and here comes the link flood. Link speed is on the way. I would just see Shin, he pulls out of, there we go, he does pull out of gas completely, does pull out, and he's going to be flooding links. Meanwhile, standard opener out of 3-point. 3-point hatch gas pool standard opener out of our blue Zerg player. Still searching for his opponent, still trying to figure out what's going on. When it comes to the unique features, there is a neutral CC in the center. We do have these disruption webs. They are permanent disruption webs in the center of the map as well. We do have some quirky features when it comes to a pocket third, pseudo pocket fourth base as well. Of course, the mineral line is exposed, but we're never going to get this fourth. Not in this game, because we're flooding links, papi. We're sending it. Let's go. Shin, he does rush across the map. Again, he confirmed that there was no bases here towards the corners. And he has found the expansion. Going for the hatchery. There we go, spine crawler in the main. Link production has begun. We have a Bailey nest here from a 3-point. It's on the way as well. 3-point, he will attempt to save the natural. Trying to buy some time. The boys have been pulled. Does pull the boys. He's here to hold, here to defend. The queen is on the way as well. Will pop out. Doesn't get surrounded. Oh no! Ooh, does not get surrounded though. Yeah, Shin, did miss it. Did miss this around. Spine Call is almost done as well. And 3-point's holding. 3-point is holding on. He saves both queens. Bailings are on the way as well. The Spine Call does complete, and that's a lot of Zerglings going down. He may still get the natural though. It's gonna be close. It does get it. Does kill the natural, does pull away, but the problem here is a counterattack. The problem are gonna be those banelings. If we do even counterattack. There's no link speed. Behind this Shin, he is now droning. Shin, he's up in expansion. He's got his macro hatchery as well. Droning up as much as he can. And without link speed, I'll be honest, I don't see 3-point counterattacking. Like, I don't see how he can. He's stuck at home. Solid start out of Shin. Very solid start. And from here, Shin, he should take an economic lead. He should just be able to drone up, saturate, get into his Hydra tech. Or get into mutas. True. Could get into mutas. And again, this is a rough position for 3-point. Yes, Shin, he's going to Muta play. Okay, so he's going 2-base Muta. Sorry, 2-base layer. So 2-base layer out of Shin. 3 points likewise is going into his own 2-base layer as well. Okay. Yo, we're getting into Muta versus Muta. Spire has already begun for Shin. Nice around. Nice pickup here. Queen does go down. Hydras. I mean, good read. Sure, sorry, he sees everything, of course. God, I keep forgetting that the SE2 Zerg player just sees everything. So, of course, he sees all the gases. He sees the tech, of course, as well. It is going to be a Nidus. Okay, Nidus, not a Hydroden. Was going for a Nidus all in instead. I mean, there's a lot of space. There's a lot of room here to go for the Nidus. We have a wall of Swine Crawlers finishing up. Wall of colonies. There it is, Nidus here behind the natural. Oh, sorry, behind the main. Shin, he does respond. This Nidus should not finish. Yeah, this was just too cavalier. Yeah, it's just a little bit too ambitious. Nidus within range, within vision here. And now we're on patrol. Now you can see Shin is patrolling everywhere. Searching for the Nidus worms. Nidus on the high ground. Once again, this should not finish. And GG gets called. Shin, he will shut this down. And Shin, he will claim the game and claim the series 4-2. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Shin, he was able to deal critical damage and more importantly, rush into Mutaplay. 3-point, he was all in. He was completely all in there. And alas, he was not quite able to pull it off. Was not quite able to break his opponent. And with that, congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations, Shin. He will claim it. He will claim the win. But if I'm not mistaken, I believe we do have... I believe the players did agree to play out some more games. If I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. As yeah, GG, well played with that. I did have an extra replay that I didn't recognize, but it was just a fake replay. So GG, well played. Shin does claim the series 4-2. Very well done, very impressive. Again, 3 points. Alas, he did commit to the all-in. He saw everything. But I will say that again, especially the first Nidus. The problem is that if the first Nidus is wasted, if the first Nidus fails, then Shin has the wherewithal to now scout and now patrol everywhere looking for those Nidus worms. So once the first one fails, that's kind of game then and there. There was no follow-up. There was no follow-up tech there for 3-point. And again, the positioning for that Nidus was just a little bit too ambitious because it was within vision of the expansion. And unlike previously, Shin actually had Zerglings. In the last game on Pylon, Shin, when he went 2-base Muta, didn't make any Zerglings. So if there was a Nidus, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. But here, he did have some safety Zerglings, so he was able to defend. GG, well played. Congratulations to Shin. I did mention earlier that in the absence of Dark in StarCraft Evolution, Shin, he has taken up the mantle as the best Zerg player in StarCraft Evolution. 3-point is currently tentatively number 2, and we did have our back and forth. And I appreciate that it wasn't one-sided, that it was back and forth, very chaotic as well. And I could see this going to the ace match. I can see this going back and forth. It was very intense, a very intense ZVZ between 3-point and Shin. But again, these are the top 2 Zerg players of the region. Currently, at least. I say of the region of StarCraft Evolution. I say currently because, again, YoungYakov and ByuN have been improving. They've been playing a lot, and they've both been improving in their own way as well. And they've both been devoting time to StarCraft Evolution. So I'm excited to see how they perform, especially coming into the championship. StarCraft Evolution Championship is, what, a month away? It's pretty close, actually. It's right around the corner. So there's a lot to get into there. And personally, I can't wait. I can't wait to see who gets involved and who takes part. So I look forward to the StarCraft Evolution Championship. Otherwise, GG, well played with that. With that 3-point, with that Shin will claim the series, will claim the tournament, and we can now take a moment to go over our upcoming matches. Okay, our upcoming broadcasts. This is our Tuesday morning broadcast, and as you can see, we do have another broadcast tomorrow, Wednesday morning as well. That's going to be the Pixar Cup. We have the LATAM League on Thursday. We have the Pondcast. We have Youth Thermal Sutu Circuit. We have OC King of the Hill. This week we only have half a day off. Usually we do have 2 half days off, but we were contacted to fill in for Steadfast for OSC King of the Hill this week. So we're going to be covering OSC. Also, more importantly, we're not done for the day. We're going to be live in 6 hours. In 6 hours time, we're going to be live with StarCraft Evolution League. This was the StarCraft Evolution League Masters, but up next is going to be the Open Cup, the Open Tournament, featuring the best players in StarCraft Evolution. I'm curious to see who takes place. Actually, hold on, I have a list. So we're gonna be featuring ByuN and Shin. Hey, Shin is there. Shin is there. ByuN is gonna be there. The STC, 3 Point, Rebellion, Bratok, KungFu, and MindoVK. We'll see if anyone can stop that ByuN versus Shin finals. In my mind, they are the top 2. And I'll be honest, I haven't seen them play against each other in quite some time. Like, I rate Dark above ByuN, but do I rate Shin above ByuN? That I don't think I can say with certainty. So we might see them face off. Fingers crossed. I would love to see them face off in that series or in that tournament. We'll see if they do. So again, tonight we're going to be featuring Shin, ByuN, the SCC, Rebellion, 3 Point, Bratok, KungFu, and MindoVK. And again, that's going to be in 6 hours time. So until then, have some time to get some food, get some rest, really just work on VODs. I have a lot of VODs to edit. So I'm going to be editing VODs during that downtime and getting ready. I might nap a little bit, maybe. I would love to, but you know, we'll see if I have enough time to. But again, later on tonight is going to be more StarCraft Evolution. Just a full day of StarCraft Evolution content. We got you. And again, if you want to help support StarCraft Evolution, you can do so via the command in the chat, !SCEVO. We'll give you a link to the Patreon of StarCraft Evolution, of those working behind the scenes, so you can support them via Patreon if you wish. Otherwise, thank you for watching, thank you for tuning in. Again, GG, shout out, congratulations to Shin, and a shout out to Dark as well. Dark for winning KungFu Cup, and Shin for winning the SCL Masters. Otherwise, we'll see you guys in 6 hours. We'll see you in 6 hours. With that, thanks for watching. Thanks for support. Thanks for tuning in. If you cannot watch some of these tournaments live, check out our VODs. Check out our VODs over on YouTube. !socials in the chat. There are links there to our Discord, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Mastodon, and Blue Sky. All things CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tonight or tomorrow, depending on when you catch us. So we're live every day. You'll find us sometime. You'll find us somewhere. With that, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Ciao, baby, ciao, hasta luego. Thanks for watching. See you next time.